No, Mayor, no changes to the closed session.
All right, thank you, Heidi. So we'll go to closed session and come back to open session at 6:30. out of closed session. And so our city attorney, Heidi Quinn, is going to summarize closed session for us. Thank you, Heidi. Can we turn the volume down? Okay, I think we're ready to proceed with our city attorney's summation of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, tonight the council met in closed session on one item, real property negotiations.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hello. There is no more.
Okay, everybody, thank you for being patient. Please proceed, Heidi.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session on one item, real property negotiations in regard to Los Animas Concrete. As to that item, staff provided an update, received direction, but there was no reportable action.
Thank you very much. So would someone like to volunteer to lead us in the pledge after a moment of silence? Nancy, thank you. Nancy Amadeo will lead us in the pledge after a moment of silence. Thank you, Nancy, for being a good sport. All right, we have some special presentations, starting with Public Works Week proclamation. I'm looking at Brian, our Public Works Director, but if you'd like one of the council members to read it. Aha, nice connection.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor. No? Okay, proclamation recognizing May 21 through May 27, 2023 as National Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Marina. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in City of Marina to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, be it now resolved that Mayor Bruce Delgado does hereby designate the week May 21, 27, 2023 as National Public Works Week. He urges all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designated to designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Thank you, Public Works Department.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Brian McMahon, Public Works Director. Really appreciate taking the time to recognize National Public Works Week and the work of the public works staff in the community. Sometimes it's really big things like a pump track that we build, and other times, more likely, it's the small things on the day-to-day basis that some people see. A lot of it goes maybe unnoticed and maybe not recognized. So it's nice to have this week for the community to pause and recognize that next week is National Public Works Week.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you, Elizabeth, for reading that. Okay, we have a presentation regarding introducing new employees.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had, the last month, we have hired a lot of new employees, and some of them we have listed here. We've invited them in here. We have invited them tonight, but obviously after a hard day's work, most of them are at home. But we do have one who would like to come up and introduce herself. Syra, if you'd come up to the podium and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and members of the council and City Manager Long. My name is Syra Cabrian. I am the Executive Assistant for the Mayor and City Council, and of course, City Manager. So with me, I bring over 15 years of government experience, most recently with the City of Cupertino, but I have worked locally, being born and raised here in Salinas. So I look forward to working with you all, and you all know where I sit. So thank you.
Welcome, Syra. Very nice to have you with us. Lane's been looking for you for a long time. He finally found you. Welcome on board to Jessica and Alma and Melissa, Ryan, RJ, Zachary, Jelaya, and Avilia. We have a lot of new employees and it's great. Okay. So now we'll go on to council and staff announcements. Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen, would you like to make an announcement about the pump track event that happened last Saturday?
Sure, thank you. The pump track event last Saturday, we held a grand opening at Gloria Jean Tate Park. It was very successful thanks to our staff. Public Works was out there directing, getting it ready. This is 30,000, what is it, 30,000 square feet? Is that correct? A track? We don't remember. It is it is the largest pump track in all of Monterey County and probably the Tri-County region. We had a core group organizing this and it turned out fantastic. We went through 2,000 tacos, nearly 300 free hot dogs, and 2 runs by Tico's of fruit. We estimated about 300 people and we got somewhere between 800 and 1,000 people who came to Marina. The lines were long. You would have thought it was a rock concert or something. It was rather amazing. People from as far away as Hollister and Gilroy. We had a Mongoose Pro from San Diego, and we had some Mongoose Pro team members, a boy and a girl who came and did some demos. It was a long time coming. The history of it was that the MORCA, Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association, had come to the school district and then to us and found with a donation that ranged between $10,000 and maybe $20,000, and it ballooned into a big project in excess of $1 million, many years in the making. So thank you to prior councils who had a hand in this footprint. It was amazing. People of all ages. When we were considering the type of track, I remember making the comment whether we go for asphalt or just natural dirt. And I had at the time thought it was a silly question. If we went with asphalt, would people in wheelchairs be able to use it? And that's what I saw out there was John Ferreira, local resident, with his daughter using it, wheeling her in her wheelchair. So to say that our community came out is an understatement because we had so many people from throughout the area. It was a lively, I made the comment today that that park is alive now, not just with gophers, but with people, activity, and I think we have a lot to say to those who sponsored, who gave financially and help. We had, boy, how many? We started with 20 bikes as a goal to give away, and we ended up with 40 free bikes to give away. A fund of the Community Foundation called #LiveForRoss came through for $1,000 for helmets. We purchased many helmets. We purchased many bicycles, and the bike shops all throughout the area. I personally went into a bike shop in Salinas today to personally say thank you, because we tend to think, we're kind of isolated as communities. But the fact that Bobcat came through with a $650 bike that I had my eye on, but I just really felt, I felt the sense of community here in a regional basis. So I don't think it's, one community over another. I just hope others take from what we were able to pull off with all of our community partners, from the Blue Zone to, there were just so many to name. So I just love that our community will be beckoning and welcoming people from all over, and have what I have as my hashtag is building community, continuing to build community here and throughout our area. So it was wonderful.
Anything else tonight you wanted to announce?
I haven't even thought ahead. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to let everyone know that Monterey Salinas Transit will have a transit fair and family fun day here in Marina at the exchange on reservation across from the post office. And this fair will be a really fun day from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. There will be prizes to win, fun activities, including food, live music, and chalk art. The members of the public can give input on upcoming projects, including the new bike and pedestrian connection and housing developments near transit. And there will be more information about the future bus survey here in Marina. And you can please visit by walking, biking, or take the bus. Bus line 20 to the Marina Transit Exchange will be free between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. So this will all be on Saturday, June 10 in Marina, between 10 and 2. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to second all the hard work that was done on the pump track opening. It was a really exciting day. And I think the untold story is I went back the next day and it seemed equally as busy, which was just incredible. I mean, so it wasn't a one and done kind of event. I think this park is really going to be something that we can be proud of. So thank you to my colleagues that had a part in that. Just wanted to share that as we speak, the Monterey City Council has 2 items on their agenda. One is the compatible use study for the military communities, which greatly affects what we do here in Marina. So if you haven't read that, I think our city was involved on some level in several interviews. I often think that our city doesn't do enough to welcome and incorporate those uses here, but that is going on. And if you're not aware of it, please look it up. Second thing they're doing is they're reiterating their strong stance on tobacco tonight. And so I think that's something that the city council is probably going to address at some point too. So it's a good use case. Next, I want to share that there's a general update plan meeting on Saturday, May 20th between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. right here in these chambers. Really important opportunity for members of the public to start to direct which way the general plan goes. You know, if you've ever had an idea on land use in the city, please try to attend that meeting. Learn more about what the general plan does and how you as a member of the public can impact the direction that goes in. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Kathy, did you want to mention anything about the Fresno tour? Okay. All right. You know, the pump track grand opening was kind of historic for our city, so it's worth a little bit more time, even though Christina did a great job giving a lot of detail. But our city manager, Lane, was out there at 9 a.m. starting to move around tables and jugs of 5 gallons of water, et cetera. And Brian McMinn, our public works director, was involved with this from the beginning to the end, and he was also there. Thank you, Brian, for everything you contributed to that pump track being constructed, as well as the event itself. And Michelle Mowry, who works for Brian as his executive assistant, she and Christina Medina Dirksen worked very hard for at least the last couple of weeks, but then they were working steadily on it for the last 30 days. But in the last couple of weeks, they were doing a lot every day. Christina was driving around with a hurt foot, loading bikes and trying to get more donations and getting those donations. So Christina put a lot of work into it along with Michelle, and they were a good team. It was kind of their second time doing this because they did the Martin Luther King groundbreaking. But anyway, hats off to especially Michelle and Christina, but everyone else that had anything to do with that event. I think it was the largest event we've ever had in Marina. And I think it was just the best event. It was run by kids. You know, the kids were the ones who were had the energy there. Usually the parents go to these events and the kids want to go home as soon as they can. In this case, the kids were the ones that were sticking around and the parents were just there to make sure the kids were okay. But to see that many kids and everybody was so happy because a lot of them were winning bikes, but also because they got a place to play like they haven't had ever in their life, you know, here at home. It was just a wonderful event and very historic for Marina. And there's a lot of photos and a lot of videos. And when you see those videos and photos, you see how intense that event was in a very positive way. And it was all free. There was a free taco bar, all you can eat. There was finger foods like quesadillas and egg rolls and beautiful fruit, as Christina mentioned, from Tico's. We had free hot dogs. So everybody was well fed until the very end. We kind of ran out. But we planned for 300 people to eat. And we think we fed closer to 900 people, thanks mostly to the taco bar that brought 2,000 tortillas because they guessed it was going to be bigger. So that was really great. But while that was all going on, our recreation youth lead, Ron Powell, was doing a track meet. And while he was doing the track meet, the Friends of Marina Library were doing a Dad's Read, as they do every second Sunday of the month. And then I guess in the afternoon, inside the library, they had a bird of prey, falcon, owl, hawk presentation from a guy named Antonio Garibaldi, who owns a lot of birds of prey. I'm looking at Grace Silva Santella because she's here. So a lot was going on. And it was the last day of youth softball, baseball. So they were having their closing ceremonies at 4 p.m. just after our pump track grand opening ended at 2 p.m. So it was a wonderful day for kids and families all around Marina. And as Christina said, you know, further than just Marina, but they were in Marina that day. And the police were there at 7:30 a.m. at the pump track ground opening. And they were there at 5:30 p.m. when a person wasn't wearing the helmet and the police were called. So thanks to everybody. It was truly a community event put on by the city with lots of sponsors that seemed to be coming out of the woodwork because everyone recognized this was a very special occasion. Also on Sunday, we had some volunteers clear up the litter from Del Monte Beach Road roundabout all the way over to the landfill, the Charlie Benson Lane, where you go to the landfill. So thanks to them and thanks to some mystery person that picked up 2,000 pounds of garbage that we had accumulated that day. It was gone the next day and nobody knows who picked it up. But we compiled it all and the next day it was gone. And it wasn't the normal people at the Waste Management District, so they don't know who picked it up. So somebody was helping us out. This Thursday, if you want to encounter our newest park, it's still in construction, Hilltop Park, for a sunset session from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. We'll be at Hilltop Park, watering and weeding at 4th Avenue and 9th Street. But it's a beautiful place to be at the sunset because it overlooks Marina fairly well. And so hopefully folks can show up if they want a tour of Hilltop Parks, all the native plants that have been planted there, and maybe do a little gardening. Okay, I did want to mention a Fresno tour that Kathy, our city council person, organized into an Asian garden in Fresno called the Sinjen Friendship Garden. Amazing place. And they had some bonsai plants, some bonsai trees that were about 3 feet tall from PG and Monterey. Some of our native trees were bonsai'd over there. And they gave reference to the story of how they got there from the Monterey Peninsula. But it was a beautiful, beautiful tour hosted by a couple of board members and the primary architect of the entire garden, who's also helping us in Marina think about how we might do an Asian garden here. All right. So if there's any comments or announcements from staff? City Manager Lane Long.
Just one follow-up to the pump track. We've had some questions about the restrooms there, and we will be opening up the restrooms so they'll be open during the day. We're not quite there yet. We need to get some signs up that will let people know the restrooms are there, but we're working on that and we'll let you know when that is completed. But that was a whole part of the initial plan, get those restrooms up and fixed. And we were told that that is the longest pump track in California. The riders of the Mongoose team who go all around the nation, they were exhausted after they did the loop. They all said, wow, this is a killer pump track. And so something we can definitely be proud of.
So on the restrooms, we have to wait for signs before we can open the doors?
We're working on signs and coordinating, getting them, the staff to open them up and lock them up in the evening, but we are working on that.
Okay, let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
I just wanted to make an announcement about an upcoming event. And that is on May 25th from 2 to 4 will be the second annual George Floyd Reimagining Police and Inclusion Symposium at the Oldemeyer Center in Seaside. And we're seeing about trying to see if we can bring some youth from Marina. All are invited.
Okay, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Public comment. And during our public comment on things that are not on tonight's agenda, and also any items that are on our consent agenda. And we have several on our consent agenda. So we're going to open up public comment for our consent agenda and other topics that are not on the rest of our agenda tonight. So Matt, if you could give attention to the people online, and we'll go first to people here in person. So anyone who would like to speak now in person, come on up to the podium and turn on the mic so we can hear you at home. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. That pump track event was really phenomenal. Amazing. Just one little clarifier. It was the Friday evening before the pump track event that the Master Falconer was at the Marina Library, and he was phenomenal. Antonio Balistreri. That was through Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. He will be coming again on July 14th. So those of you not in attendance and those of you out in the Zoom audience, I highly recommend it. He spoke nonstop for close to 2.5 hours. His birds were phenomenal. It just really inspiring. And if you want to learn more about it, go on to MPRPD's website and click on their Let's Go Outdoor on June 14th. That's when you can sign up for it 1 month in advance of July 14th. I want to use this opportunity to thank our Public Works Department. Last week, a neighbor saw graffiti on a cypress tree in Vince DiMaggio Park, and within 1 day, Public Works was there and took care of the graffiti. Last night, because a number of us, both on social media and within a group that I'm friends of here in Marina, have been very frustrated about the condition at Marina State Beach, I contacted our Public Works Department, let them know that California State Parks employees were going to be closing down the gate there at the beach today to do some sand clearance. And was there any chance that our Public Works Department could get in there on such short notice to take care of the buildup of sand on the east side of the gate entrance? And this morning at around 7 o'clock in the morning, Dan Meacham responded to an email I had sent, and they had half of it done today, and they will be back tomorrow to do the second half. So I want to tell you that every time I've reached out to Public Works, to Michelle and to Brian, they have forwarded on my concerns to the crew, and I have been super impressed at how quick they are to respond. And I think it's appropriate my speaking to you on this kickoff to Public Works Week. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Nancy Amadeo. I've come here first. I agree exactly with what Grace said. I was very impressed because I'm part of a networking group as well that was concerned about the amount of sand there was both on the access on Reservation Road and then the parking situation, which is of course state parks. And it would be appropriate, I think, to have council be working with state parks to ensure that our parking lot for our beach gets the same kind of attention as the other beaches along the Monterey Bay area. We seem to get ignored. That's not unusual, but I think State Parks needs to open its eyes and see that Marina is growing. We have visitors, we have beautiful hotels, we have walking distance to the beach. And those that live a little further away that need to use their cars need to have a place to park. And we do get visitors on warm, sunny days that come from the Bay Area. And they're parking along Reservation Road because the parking situation is so bad on the beach. So that needs to be done. I also want to compliment the city on the pump track. I was concerned, and I wrongly, about a pump track because I didn't know anything about them. And I didn't even understand how they worked. Wow. I'm glad I went over. It was really exciting. And to me, what was very exciting is it's not just for big kids, young adults, older adults. It's for young children. To see kids, my younger grandchildren, because my grandchildren run from 17 months to 18 years. I have one in college, one not even in preschool, 6 of them. And they will be able to, all of them, use that pump track. It is a true family place to go. So it was exciting on opening day. It was still exciting on Sunday because so many people were still there. What surprised me was on Monday when people are back at work and we're not on a long weekend. And lo and behold, there are kids out there riding on the pump track. The fact that two of my grandchildren use, what do they call those balance bikes? Striders. And they are able to enjoy the pump track. So that just to me blew me away. And I can walk over there. I don't ride a bike. My balance is terrible. But I can walk over there with my granddaughter and she can ride her Strider. So it really is. It's great to see. And I hope we engage more in the community, finding out what they want in their parks that not only will benefit our community members, but the broader community as well. When you can bring in the broader community, they also support us in other ways in our restaurants and hotels, and that kind of thing. So
Nancy, sorry, I
Good
cut you
job.
off.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Matt, do we have anyone online who would like to speak? If you are online, please raise your virtual hand and we'll call on you.
There are no hands raised yet.
Okay, we'll give everybody at home a moment to raise your hand. Okay, Matt, no one raising their hand? Okay, all right, we'll close public comment and appreciate those who did speak. Thank you for your comments. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Councilmember McCarthy, do you have some input here? Okay, so we'll start with Brian McCarthy. What would you like to pull,
I'd like to
Brian?
pull 10F2.
All right, this is amending the conflict of interest code for the city. Would any other council member wish to pull or ask brief questions on any consent item? Councilmember Medina Dirksen?
Just a comment on the minutes. That is, yeah, 8, yes, just a comment on a correction.
Okay,
Would you like me to-
yeah, go ahead. That's good.
Sure, Alyssa Rendon, there's no E on the end. Page 2. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I'd like to pull 10J1. Yes.
All right, I'll motion that besides 10J1 and 10F2 that we approve our consent agenda tonight with that correction noted by Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I will second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, and those two pulled items we'll get to at the end of tonight's agenda. So now we go to our action items, having no public hearings. We'll go to, we'll go to our public hearing, which regards the first of 3 landscape maintenance assessment districts. And Brian McMinn, our Public Works Director, will lead us through this. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. We do have Edri De Los Santos has worked extensively with these landscape districts, and he has a presentation on each of these, and will take us through that presentation now.
Thank you. Good evening, Edri.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council.
You might be muted.
Could you not hear me yet?
1 second, we got to turn the speaker back on.
Let me know when you got this.
So, Edri, you probably know we're having some audio difficulties, so we're turning the speaker on so we can hear you. But then we're worried we're going to hear ourselves twice. Has Fred been told lately?
How are we doing?
Give it a shot, Adri.
Okay, how's that, guys?
Very low. We can't
Very
hear, but
low?
I don't think it's your fault.
Okay. I could try turning up my mic on my side.
A little louder, Fred.
So we have an echo after you speak. There's a lag, Edry, and then we hear you again for a second time.
Uh-oh.
Fred, it's not working. Just turn it off. We'll try that. We'll try it this way. Go ahead, Adri.
All right. How's my audio now? Is the audio okay? Nothing yet? Nothing? Testing audio. 1, 2, 3.
Edri, I can hear you loud and clear from home, so.
Okay. Thanks, Guido.
Hey, Fred, can you just turn it off and we'll try this TV speaker? Okay, give it a shot.
All right. How's that? Audio 1, 2, 3. Test.
I turn that up. The TV up.
Audio
Sounds
test.
good.
1, 2, 3. Excellent.
I think we're good.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. Okay. Mayor, members of the council, happy to present on the landscape districts for this fiscal year and the budget for the next fiscal year, starting with the Cypress Cove 2 Landscape Maintenance District. There it goes. The district includes 2 acres approximately of landscaping, about 70 cypress trees, and a little over 1,000 linear feet of retaining walls along Abdi Way. The district was formed in 1987, and since 1987, as housing costs have definitely gone up, the current assessment that is being assessed today is the maximum assessment that was reached in 2004, and we haven't changed that assessment since. Although cost of living and construction costs have increased, we have not increased the maximum assessment for the district. But we've done as much as we can with the budget that we have. Each year, the contractor has their arborist assess all the different trees for maintenance. Each of these trees are either trimmed, limbed, if there's dead limbs are found, or completely removed if the trees were found dead or pose a safety threat to the public. As you see in this year's budget, we tried to make sure all the trees in the district have been addressed on a regular cycle. And you can see here in the image, we've been able to capture all the trees, although it does take a few years with the current budget scenario that we are able to work with. We were planning to have multiple improvements this coming fiscal year, but due to the some call atmospheric river that we received this winter, we received numerous call outs for safety concerns, downed trees, downed limbs that we needed to address. A lot of these were in the areas that we were coming to maintenance for, but because of the suddenness and the emergency of public safety, these additional costs for the call outs amounted to amount that we could not also do the improvements we were planning to do this year. All that just means that we are pushing out the improvements that we were planning to do another fiscal year. These improvements include installing a new backflow preventer. This 35-year-old backflow preventer is the mechanism that prevents water from your district flowing backwards into the city's main water system and possibly contaminating the city's waterways. The backflow system is the first step into allowing additional tree replacements to be placed. Irrigation or additional irrigation cannot be installed until the backflow preventer is improved. The next year, we'll install temporary irrigation for 4 new cypress trees along Cardoza Avenue. And as you can see in this year's budget, the end balance is just enough to be sufficient to handle some minor work, along with any of the additional work that we just summarized here. Because the budget There we go. Because the budget is small, we did go last year to the district and we performed what the council requested was an assessment of what the district would like to see. So staff began processing, gathering information and costs from the contractor. We did site walks, discussions with about material costs, all the various adjustments that the homeowners would want. We sent to all the district homes an invitation to an open discussion, wanting to gather expectations, what they would like to see in terms of improvements, a wish list perhaps regarding additional maintenance that they would like to see. The small list that we did gather was replacing those trees that we presented and also improving on the irrigation for those trees as well. And after we discussed this list of improvements, we walked through what the Prop 218 process was about. And because we didn't get a lot of feedback and the feedback was mostly was not a good significant representation of the district, our legal counsel recommended that we do not hold a Prop 218 ballot to raise the district rates at that time. If anyone from the district has questions, you could either go to the actual district website on the city's website. You could email the email address you see here on the screen, or you could give a phone call to 884-1212, and we'd be happy to take any concerns or maintenance requests that you may have. We're open to any questions. Guido, do you hear any audio from the council?
I can't hear Nancy Amadeo at all.
Okay. 10-4. I don't know if you can hear us, Matt, but we can't hear anything from the council chambers.
Hey, Adri, I'll go ahead and text him.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Guido.
The limbs were removed over my yard. The tree is not safe. It's been made less safe. And if we can see the next picture. I don't know how well you can tell, but that area in the middle of the screen where you see light, where the large branches, that large branch, that crack is the middle of the limb, the middle of the limb. It runs about 12 feet. That limb's not going to impact my yard or my neighbor's yard, but there's a tremendous slope from where that limb is down to Abdi and parked cars below, and where people walk their dogs and their children to get to the park at the end of the street where we have that beautiful pump track. My next door neighbor called months ago about that tree when the crack was not nearly as long, and nothing has happened. Our end of Abdi appears to be ignored
Sorry,
except to
Nancy,
remove
I
land.
have to ask you to stop because your time is up.
May I finish my sentence?
No, I'm sorry, because we don't offer that to everyone. Thank you, Nancy. Sorry to cut you off. Okay, anyone else in the public here before we go online? All right, let's go online. Matt, do we have any?
No hands yet.
Okay, we'll give everybody a moment. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Lane, do you want anyone to address the comments we've heard?
I think Brad McMinn can do that.
And especially Brian, how it may or may not relate to tonight's item. I mean, it's an important concept or issue, but maybe not relevant to this, or maybe it
So,
is.
well, I mean, it is a tree in the district to be maintained by the district funds. So yeah, I would say this is an item in that realm. Definitely have heard from the public on this particular tree. I personally wasn't aware about the split limb until Nancy told me the other day, so can follow up and see kind of what happened with the neighbor's call on that. But it looks like it's something that we're definitely going to have to be addressing this year.
And Brian, do you know why the tree on the inside was trimmed when the request was to trim it elsewhere?
I could guess at things. I would say we'd probably be better served when we get, maintenance staff rounded out with a superintendent. It's really hard when you're trying to manage these things. If Edry's trying to do it virtually and stuff, it's better to have somebody on the ground that's interacting with the public. And so I think, that there's some changes that we can probably make to be more responsive and hit the nail on the head. So.
Sure. Thank you, Brian. All right, so coming back to council, would someone like to make a motion, or is there any, sorry, I'm so sorry. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Amadeo. As a resident of my district, I'm very concerned about those trees. I see them all the time, and I am well aware of I'm going to say it, their sorry state. We spend a lot of time advocating for trees around our community, particularly when it has to do with development. I would like to know why this, first of all, I'd like to know how our calls are handled. And secondly, I'd like to know what plans we have, whether we have an arborist. So those, I'm gonna start there.
So when the calls come in, when it's related to an assessment district, it's turned over to Edry and the inspectors that actually go out and do the work, so that they're aware of it and can coordinate or follow up with that resident. Sometimes it does require an arborist to come out and evaluate trees, and we do have access to arborists that we can call in if we have to. We just don't have that full time on staff right now. So they would be certified arborists, but we do it through an on-call process. So.
How can we ensure better accountability? Might this be something for the tree committee? Because on top of $6,000 a year, depending when you bought your house, $100 a year, $180 in assessment, that's a lot of money that that residents are paying. And I understand that the assessment district hasn't caught up with the property values. But again, the perspective being we spend a lot of time worrying about our trees, particularly on the four-door footprint, and we don't pay attention. Well, I'm not saying we don't. We ought to be paying as much attention to the trees that are amongst us now, rather than wait crying about them when they're about to be. I don't mean to cry about them. I mean to raise concern when they're in the way of something else that we're concerned about. So, how can we ensure better accountability?
Well, I mean, as far as accountability, we have this annually. It's always coming before council on an annual basis. So any of the activities can be reported on. to whatever level, if we want to make that part of the annual reporting, depending on how, what level of detail we'd like to take a look at. But, the other thing is, there are limited funds in these districts, unfortunately. I mean, we heard about a $4,400 tree trimming quote. There are a lot of trees in this district. So, when you've got a budget of 24,000 for the year, and you're responding to all that, that's why we're going through it, in a sequence. We can't hit it all in the same year. So they have to try to spread it out over the years, and get around to the trees.
And if I could chime in there too, Brian. So we do keep a.
Thank you,
oh,
Edry, for your time. And thank you for
Oh,
doing what you can with what limited funds we have.
hey, Matt, do I not have
Thank you,
audio?
Ms. Amadeo, for coming again.
Go ahead,
Wasn't-
Edry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if I had audio. I apologize. I wanted to chime in for Councilman Marina Dirksen. We do keep a log of the calls coming in, and for this fiscal year, we did have 6 calls and 6 call outs. Some of them are from general residents, some of them are from specific residents. We could definitely coordinate directly with Ms. Amadeo and the adjacent resident regarding specific needs. But usually, yes, we do keep a call log to make sure that the needs of the residents are taken care of in a timely manner.
Thank you, Edry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to actually make a motion, but Elizabeth, did you? Okay, yeah, notwithstanding issues related to the maintenance program, I think that the resolution is separate from that. So I make a motion to accept the resolution of the City Council of the City of Marina confirming diagram assessment and ordering levy of $180.78 for the fiscal year 2023-24 assessment for the Cypress Cove 2 Landscape Maintenance Assessment District, and authorizing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the diagram and assessment with the Monterey County Auditor Controller prior to August 1st, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second for that motion? Seconded by Councilmember Elizabeth. Councilmember.
Yes, I would just like to let the Public Works Department know that I'm impressed that you are maintaining all these homes and trees and landscaping for less than $20,000 a year. I mean, how can you? I think it's an open question. Like, we all know that this is not sufficient. So I don't know what can happen to either. Is it legally possible to charge a special assessment like HOAs do, or is that a question for the city manager? I don't know.
I don't know if Edry can probably weigh in on the process, but it's as a Prop 218 process, it would take a vote of the members of the district, and so to levy themselves.
Right, and we've gone through that once and it was resoundingly voted down, no.
Even although then, for me, it's just not hard. It's impossible to maintain homes, landscaping and trees in $2023, while the income is for $2,004. So, and that's not just for this district, but for all the others as well. So I think it's more a remark from me than a question. So thank you. Thank you for all you're doing, and Edry as well.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my comments are similar to Councilmember Leisher's, but are not really just a remark. I mean, it's a legitimate question, right? Like, this doesn't seem sustainable. And every year we meet here and we talk about this, and there's not enough contributions to the fund, and yet we kick the can down the road. But we can't continue to do that. That's for sure. At some point, we're going to have to go to these landscape districts and do something. And then I have so many questions, and I'll try to keep the ones that I have pretty concise. But in the tree example, if there's, somebody is hurt, who is responsible? Is it the landscape district, which is the city, or is it a landscape district, which is the homeowners, or
So that's a question, right?
Yes.
Who would like to answer?
I don't, when somebody brings a lawsuit, I mean, it's not really my realm, but I could say
Is-
something, but I don't.
City attorney aware of any precedent of who might be responsible?
Through the mayor, no, I haven't thought about that and haven't been asked, so I haven't looked into it at all. I mean, the city has a lot of immunities and, but yeah, I would just be speculating and have to take a look.
Is there any process for dissolving this and converting to an HOA? I mean, I would assume a majority, or would all property owners have to agree to that?
I'm assuming that they would have to vote to form an HOA. That the dissolving is probably easier than forming. And that's probably the concern, is making sure that it transitions to something. Could just as well not get the votes to form whatever, assessment that has to happen.
Okay, and I guess my last comment for now, and I'll have two other opportunities tonight, but I mean, for $15 a month, it seems like homeowners get quite a bit. And so I just think we're gonna have to really take a closer look at what we're doing with this going down the road. And I'm a little unsure what our role really even is. I mean, if we vote no, what, can we even vote no? Is that an option? It sounds like it's not. Are we here to help direct the budget, or is this kind of a check the box kind of deal, or?
It's normally check the box because other than checking the box, we would go to a vote, which gets defeated.
Henry's itching
Sorry.
to say something.
Go ahead, Edry.
Yes, to that point, yes, tonight is part of the Lighting and Landscape District, the Lighting and Landscaping Act that requires a public hearing for these type of districts. As Brian stated, this specific district is not under Prop 218 requirements. So if we were to raise the assessment, we would actually have to go to a majority vote for the district. And as Lane brought out, the last time we've tried to do that, we had to dissolve a district. So what we tried to accomplish last year was to see how many residents would be interested in improving the district enough to start contributing more towards a raise in rates. The resounding 2 people that showed up to the 2 separate public openings that we had for them stated that they were fine with the current level of services. So we do understand that the current level of services, currently we're focused on public safety and not necessarily beautification. If we were to do more, yes, you're absolutely right. We would definitely need the district support and supporting additional funds for the district. Besides that, just voting that the current tax assessment is assessed is the next step.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So if there's no further comments, we'll go to a vote. It's a public, we don't need a roll call. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes unanimously. And we move to a very similar item at the Seabreeze Landscape Maintenance Assessment District.
Edry, I think you muted.
That was a rookie mistake. I apologize. The Seabreeze District was created in 1996, about 5 months before Prop 218 was ever enacted. So it's still under the Lighting and Landscape Act. So the half an acre of landscaping taken care of here by the 37 lots that contribute to the district covers the current costs. Now, in terms of the establishment period of the district, as it was created in 97, and the district's maximum assessment was set in 1997. So the assessment was set at 182.42, and it has stayed 182.42 since 1997. So for the past some odd years, we've been able to maintain the district at current levels. By maintaining the district, there has been various improvements that the district residents would like. They asked for dead trees to be removed, replacing sections of sound wall, So we've done that. We've been able to coordinate with the contractor, receiving recommendations, focusing our maintenance on areas that district residents really care about the most. That way, we're able to really stretch our dollar and making sure, like for instance, sections of the sound wall that need replacement are taken care of on a timely manner. That being said, we still need a significant amount. You could see the current balances and you could see what the total replacement cost of the wall will be. So we're going to be able to replace sections of the wall and periodically, but it'll be some time until the entire wall is replaced. We'll also be removing trees as requested by the residents. But again, the fund balance is adequate at its current growth rate to handle the wall panel replacements, but really no other beautification has been requested by the residents or can be funded by the current assessment rate. For any residents living at the district, you could always call the phone number. I know it's a long email address. I apologize for that. But if you go to the district website, our email address and phone number is also there as well. We are posting any new updates. So whenever maintenance is taken care of at the district, that's special. Same thing with Cypress Cove. Whenever we had special maintenance, the web page itself will be updated. So I highly recommend you click on, it's hard to see there, but there is a quick link that allows you to sign up for news alerts whenever these websites are updated, so that you're updated with the most recent happenings at your district in terms of maintenance. Open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Edry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just trying to understand the distinction of the being formed before Prop 218. Does that mean that we could special assess in this case without a vote of the homeowners or raise the assessment? What's the difference there?
I could quickly answer that. The only
Okay,
difference
Edry.
is, I'm sorry, I apologize. The only difference is that if we wanted to raise the rates, we couldn't just automatically raise the rates on the district. We would have to create what's called an overlay district, or in essence, create a brand new landscape district that is under Prop 218 on top of the current non-Prop 218 district. It's just an extra step, but all it tells us was Prop 218 changed the requirements for raising maximum rates that these landscape districts were not aware of when they were created.
Thank you.
That being said, my question is there any wisdom or any opportunity to merge these districts? They're nearby. And or might we want to survey them on that idea?
No, I don't believe it's possible to merge the districts. They were established as those districts. So it would have to transition into something else, and that would require the support of the members of those districts. So I don't think it's the way they're set up and the mechanics of it. I don't think they can be merged.
More input at this time?
I just wonder, the meeting that was referenced by Mr. De Los Santos, 2 people showed up, and I'm just wondering, might we be willing to put my hand up and work with my residents on that? I just wonder whether that is a correct sentiment of most residents. Have we done anything aside from just a meeting? I shouldn't say just a meeting. I mean to say, have we done anything in addition to a meeting?
Edry could probably talk about all the mechanics that went into that, but notice went out to all the members of the district that, those meetings were going to take place. We had two different times and opportunities for people to meet. So when we do the outreach, it's focused on the members of that district, because those are the people that we want to hear from.
Thank you. I'll just put it out there again. Perhaps I can work offline with some of the residents. Who knows if the time was convenient, not convenient, other things were going on. I'm not quite sure, but thank you very much.
Let's go to Mayor. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we kind of resurrect this conversation every time that we have these kinds of items before our council, and it really feels totally like a no-win situation. And, you know, we have a no-win situation for the city, certainly, because we have a certain budget that is antiquated and we're trying to do the best we can, at least on a safety level. And then we have the residents who are very disappointed about the lack of improvements. And so we're always stuck in that middle place. And it just seems to me, and maybe somebody can confirm, that the issue, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen sort of was implying that we've done the outreach, but really the residents can not support a measure to increase the rates. And so it has to come from them, essentially, that we've tried the outreach. We're not doing it in I think, a more grassroots way that will probably be the most effective. So as I see this right now, that we either perfunctorily just, you know, approve these things, or someone at a grassroots level takes the initiative to really reach out and get that kind of support from the residents, and then come to the city and say, we're ready now to put this to the ballot. So is that kind of where we think would be the most effective, other than just seeing these every year and having to approve them?
Yeah, any of the change is going to require the support of the people in those districts. So I think anything that, you know, raises awareness, if that is a genuine concern among the majority, if that can be organized, that's great.
Right. And I believe that has to come from the grassroots up. Us trying to reach out and say, you know, are you willing to spend more money, doesn't work. And we've tried that already. So I think the next step has to be from the residents, and they're organizing, and they're making some concerted efforts to say we're ready, is how I look at it. Thank you.
It's Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you Councilmember Biala, you kind of stole the thoughts out of my mind. I mean, I'm a little embarrassed that folks are sitting on houses that are worth $750,000, and they're arguing over what is a couple cups of coffee a month worth of assessment. I mean, $15. I think that, unless I'm missing something, I mean, it just seems that there's some room for the residents to really kick in and beautify and be proud of our city. And I'm just a little confused as to what's going on here. I would certainly be willing to be part of a town hall to maybe meet with some of these residents, even though they're not in my district. But, you know, I would hope that we could collaborate with the residents and maybe as elected officials really kind of come together and encourage folks to step up. I mean, it seems like the city's doing their part and really bending over backwards to make some of this stuff happen is what my perception is. And so I just appreciate your comments and wanted to kind of elevate them as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Kathy.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution of the City Council of the City of Marina confirming diagram and assessment and ordering levy of $182.42 for the fiscal year 2023-24 assessment for the Seabreeze Landscape Maintenance Assessment District, and authorizing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the diagram and assessment with the Monterey County Auditor Controller prior to August 1, 2023.
Is there a second for that motion? I'll second. Okay, second by Elizabeth Fisher. Any final comments before we go to a vote? All right. Let's all say aye if you're for this.
Aye.
Aye. Say nay if you're not. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you, everybody. And to Edry, thank you for walking us through with these. Landscape District item for Monterey Bay Estates.
Sure thing. Monterey Bay Estates was created in 1989, incorporating 162 single-family homes, about a little over 2 acres of landscaping, and 41 streetlights that have been updated to LED. The district's life cycle, when it was created in 1989, had a maximum assessment of $77.14. Now, since then, we have requested and gone through a Prop 218 voting process to raise those rates. I think it was an additional $10 for the year, and was voted down. And so in order to continue maintenance for the district, we were able to reduce the amount of maintenance from 4 times a month to once a month. And to do that, we were able to keep the assessment as it was at $77.14. Some things we're able to accomplish. The district still maintains the public right-of-way well with public safety concerns addressed in a timely manner. Last year in June, we were able to repair the sidewalks along Crescent Avenue. You don't see the cost in this year's budget because they actually completed it in June of last year. So it's the cost for the sidewalk repairs were after the council saw this item. So that's why it's not reflected in the budget. For any upcoming improvements, that included some additional beautifications along Crescent Avenue. We are coordinating with the residents, and as funds become available, we enact these beautifications. This would include adding and removing landscaping as residents are requesting them, and coordinating directly with our landscape team, as Brian said, in the field. And as funds are available this coming fiscal year, we'll continue our discussions with these residents to see what beautifications they would like to have.
Great, Edry, thank you. Does council have any questions or comments? All right, let's go then to open a public hearing. Anyone in the public in person would like to speak to this matter? Not seeing anyone coming forth, we'll go to the public online. Anyone online would like to raise your hand to speak? Now would be the good time. We'll give everybody a couple of moments. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. This one's probably a poor example to use. Really, the question applies to all 3 of them, but do you know what adjusted for inflation, the assessment would be strictly based on inflation in the beginning of the landscape district?
I think costs have actually doubled. So I don't know specifically.
Not sure. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'd like, when we have further discussions, I would like to know that. It doesn't even have to be this year, but my guess is it would probably be much, much higher than what it is today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Vish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question about streetlights that have been converted to LEDs. I assume that was not done within the budget from the district, or was it done so cheaply?
No. So that was actually accomplished through coordination with PG&E.
You're muted, Edry.
Oh, hang on. How's that?
Good.
Is okay. The conversion was accomplished through coordination with PG&E, so they covered the cost for that conversion. So what that does for us, though, is significantly reduce our utility rates for the district, because the district also pays for the electrical for the lights.
Yes. Thank you for that. Oh, it was very nice from PG&E, I guess.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Aye. Oh. Sorry, let's back up. I thought we had a motion. It feels like deja vu. I'll motion that we, having taken the public's comment, that we adopt the resolution before us, and we confirm the $77.14 levy for the Monterey Bay Estates lighting, and authorize staff to do their respective roles.
I second.
All right. Any final comments or questions before we go to a vote? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. All right. So that motion passed unanimously. Thank you, Edry. Thank you, Brian. Anyone that had a hand in this. Okay, so now we're going to talk about a $40,000 fund transfer. And who would like to lead us through this?
So I could lead that discussion.
Edry?
Yes. So my presentation skills continue to be challenged tonight. Hopefully you could hear me okay.
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. So our development impact fees are updated on a 5-year basis. The last update we'd had was back in 2017. So we're scheduled for a new update for our impact fee schedule. But what that encompasses is, well, since these development impact fees are really imposed on development projects to help defray costs of new and additional public facilities needed to serve these developments. And every 5 years, what this update does is we review our capital improvement program, our city's development forecasting, and what we have to do now is update our fee program in compliance with this new state legislation, AB 602 or Assembly Bill 602. What this Assembly Bill does is impacts all 5 major development fees. So what you see here on the screen is our parks, our roads, our intersections, public safety, and our public facilities. The way it does that is that Assembly Bill 602 requires that we do several things. First is identify existing levels of service. This means that we need to analyze how our public facilities are currently servicing the public. What level of service are we servicing the public? Good, bad, needs more work. This includes reviewing the current and future land uses for projects and how these facilities are servicing the community for those projects. The second thing we need to do, according to Assembly Bill 602, is determine our expected increases in demand. So this refines how we view growth in the community. We use 2050 for our projections. The study now will cumulatively take all the growth forecasting by the city for each land use type. What this will help us do is the final thing, identify methods to meet demands. This determines the level of service both before and after project construction, and also make sure that each of these projects have the right effectiveness and needs to meet these demands. Now, all of the findings we have to do are very specified and very specific. So that's why we now have Kimley-Horn and EPS splitting the work. Kimley-Horn specifically on traffic-related items, and in economic planning systems, they're going to be working on public safety facilities and parks. The final thing that AB 602 did was that after July 1st, 2022, that fees levied onto housing development are now needed to be proportionally levied according to square footage and not per unit. And this makes the findings really specific, and we need to explain why we're doing it this way as well. So there's a lot of new changes according to Assembly Bill 602 that Kimley-Horn and EPS are going to help us through. These are brand new items that we're bringing to our Nexus study for impact fees. And that's my very short understanding of Assembly Bill 602. Open to hopefully abbreviated questions.
Thank you, Edry. Any clarifying questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll go out to the public. Any comments in person? All right, no one coming forth. Let's go online. Anybody online, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this item. And we'll give you a moment. All right, no one raising their hand. We'll close public comment. Would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Biala?
Like to make a motion to accept the resolution of the City Council of the City of Marina approving a fund transfer and appropriation of $40,000 from each of the impact fee accounts to the Public Facilities Impact Fee Study update and authorizing the Finance Director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries.
Second. Okay, any final comments, questions?
I do.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Just a question, in terms of the 40,000, does it always come back to council to transfer funds of a certain amount, or is that, is there a limit? I guess this question goes to Lane. Because it's something necessary that we need to do. I'm just curious. Does any amount of transfer and appropriation of impact fees require us?
Yeah, yes. If this type of approval requires council approval.
Okay, regardless of the amount, we have to do it.
You're correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Could it have been on consent or does it need to be on the action item?
This could have been on consent. Yes.
All right. All in favor? Oops, I'm sorry. We have some potential comments here. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a really quick comment. I just want to acknowledge that as the staff report indicates, the initial allocation was 25,000 from each, and now we're going an additional 40,000 from each. It is very significant. I understand we don't have a lot of, I mean, I think it's what needs to be done, but I just want to make that acknowledgement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passed unanimously. And we're going to move on to Reservation Road, Del Monte Boulevard with a potential agreement between TAMC and the city. And this is another
Yes.
Edry show.
It'll be my last, I promise. I hope. The Regional Surface Transportation Program, also known as the Surface Transportation Block Grant. This funding source is from the federal government. It provides states and local jurisdictions with funds to preserve and improve our highways, streets, and other transportation amenities. Now, our Regional Transportation Planning Agency, TAMC, they receive these funds, these funds from the state and apportion them out through the Regional Surface Transportation Program funding. They give these funds to our various agencies. This is on a 3-year cycle. This program distributes all these funds in 3 different ways: a fair share way, a set aside, and a competitive amount. And so what the city is expecting, actually what the whole program is expecting for the coming 3-year cycle is about $18 million. And we're going to go into exactly what those $18 million are broken down into. So they are broken down into, first off, a reserve. This reserve sets aside amount of money to provide some flexibility during the 3-year period funding cycle to meet needs as they arise. $2.6 million is being set aside for the Monterey County rail extension. Finally, the Monterey County and the cities received their fair share of Regional Service Transportation Program funding, or RSTIP funding, based on a formula of 50% population and 50% centerline miles. And the next slide is going to show you exactly how much we're going to receive. Finally, the competitive grant funds includes $1 million for a new special type of grant called Quick Build Projects, and $9 million for the rest of the competitive grants. Signing
Sorry
the
to interrupt, but you broke up when you were explaining, I think, the 50% share population and something else.
Sure. 50% on population, 50% on centerline miles. So how many miles of road does the city have?
Thank you.
Sure. Competitive grants are about 10 million. And signing the agreement tonight allows us to enter into the funding cycle, use our fair share funds, and submit for the competitive funds. Now, the fair share funds that we're receiving are about $156,000. These will be used towards our recently awarded Highway Safety Improvement Program grant for our Imjin Parkway and 3rd Avenue signal project and for safety improvements at our Del Monte Beach Roundabout project. We received about $1.4 million in HSIP funds, and we're going to be using the $156,000 here for our matching requirements. Finally, the city is going to submit, or staff is recommending to submit into the competitive grant process, the intersection here at Reservation Road in Del Monte. This is part of the downtown revitalization plan. The city has already adopted $3 million to implement improvements within the right-of-way for the downtown plan, including operational safety upgrades to intersections. So this specific intersection will have 4 different types of upgrades and hopefully more. First off, we're going to be realigning the crosswalks, trying to make them straighter. The second thing we're going to be doing is creating pedestrian and bicycle crossing areas within the crosswalks that we have. Finally, the third thing we're going to do is improve vehicle movement through the intersection, better directing traffic to the lanes that they need to be in. Finally, we're going to be looking at installing a new crosswalk on the south end of the Del Monte Reservation intersection. Now, the competitive RSTIP application, what we're going to be asking for is funding for both design and construction of these safety improvements at the intersection. Our application is due on June 1st, which is why we're taking it to council now. And TAMC board will award projects on August 23rd. Open to any questions.
Thank you, Edry. Oh, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Edry. I appreciated your graphics. Going back to the fair share distribution, what did they project the population? Is that based on census numbers? Is it based on, yeah, just answer that question. How did they figure out the population?
My understanding is based on census data. Yes.
Okay. And then the miles of road. So that's to say 50% on miles per road. Oh, so cities that are larger and more streets to them are going to be receiving much more of this distribution?
Correct.
Yes. Center line miles.
So does that, center line, so I'm just wondering with all of our new development, is that calculated into these miles of new roads? That is what I'm getting at.
Okay. For adopted centerline miles. So if the roadway has been completed, taken to council for adoption, yes, that is included in the centerline miles. There are roadway, oh, sorry.
I'm really just curious about what our numbers look like. I don't necessarily need an answer now, but it seems to me that we would be having, I don't know what centerline miles mean other than what you said. If it's going, is that like adopting the map for our developments? And do we know how many miles of road we have in our city and how much that might have changed over the last, since the census or since the last census?
Brian may recall better than I do on the number of centerline miles, how much they've increased.
I don't know what the increase is. We were at 156 centerline miles. In area, I'm assuming that we do resurvey the streets as part of our pavement management program on a regular basis with TAMC. So we can check with TAMC, but I would think that would be the mechanism by which it's identified when we're adding those streets in. And that would be as the developer builds them and they're accepted for maintenance.
Might we be able to hear back from you at some point in the next few months about what those numbers look like? Just I'd like a follow-up in ensuring that we get our fair share.
And hopefully I can do it when I'm announcing that we're getting a grant.
Sounds good. Any more input at this time, Christina? Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I think this question's for Lane. We don't have a grant writer. Is this work falls on our existing staff? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my second question is, I don't know who this question would be for, but is there a way for the public to advocate for the competitive grant? Or is that kind of a behind the scenes process that happens?
So Councilmember, yeah, staff, we're going to be reviewing it. We're going to have Kinley Horn working on a lot of the data and stuff that goes into the grant itself, so that we're making sure that's competitive. And as far as public input, this one's a pretty compressed timeline. We've had a lot of things going on, but we are going to be reaching out to blue zones and getting kind of letters of support. Typically, we'd be looking to bicycle pedestrian advisory committees or the Public Works Commission. We'd be bringing these types of items to them and looking for those types of opportunities to get feedback on them. we're going to be working with them. This particular intersection, there's already been a lot of work and public outreach on the downtown vitalization specific plan and a lot of the alignments for the street on Del Monte. We've done a lot of background work on that I think is going to be good support for the grant application itself. But I think a narrative on the greater public input in that downtown plan and how this project is going to support that going on into the future will hopefully make this up.
Well, and I guess I'm just to be maybe a little bit more clear, is there any value or precedent in asking the public to write TAMC, for example, and say, hey, I live in this community, this project, or is that not really is it evaluated in a way that that's not helpful?
I don't know what the timing would be. They're a governing body just like this city council. So I mean, there are opportunities for the public to comment on items that are coming forward on the agenda. It might be timing wise, maybe better for like an open public comment because it probably won't come back to the TAMC board until the evaluation of the grant applications have already been in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Brian McCarthy, besides the TAMC public meetings, you can always call TAMC staff, arrange to have a meeting. A member of the public could lobby our city council and our staff to write a letter to TAMC with their input, just like anything else, kind of the squeaky wheel gets the grease type of thing. Let's go to Councilmember Miala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've chosen these intersection because it's the most relevant or the most unsafe as we see it right now to apply for the grant. And yet this is also part of the downtown specific plan. So I'm assuming that it's not only helping with the safety of that intersection, but it will be consistent with anything that we sort of have projected to be changes in the lanes for the future. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. And we selected this one because as you look at the downtown plan and really this is the toughest problem of the whole traffic circulation in that is this one intersection sees a large volume of traffic. And so if we can solve this piece of the puzzle, then I think the rest of it's going to fall in place much easier. And, some of this is really kind of dictated to the traffic that has to get through that intersection. But I think, and also it kind of, as Edry said, when we were going through the grant applications, this project really ticks all the boxes that they're looking for to be competitive in this round.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for that. And if we don't get an award for this project, then do you have other plans to start this in funding from other sources, or do we just wait until next year and apply again?
Council already approved $3 million towards the downtown vitalization implementation, $1 million of that for medians, and then $2 million for implementation in the downtown. So that there's that, but that's a good source of funding as grant matches or to kind of lend weight to grant applications. So we're trying to apply for as many grants as we can for a greater project.
Great. And also, could the council have your slide presentation sent to us as well? Because you had a lot of important information that's not covered in the staff report.
Yeah, it's in the council's folder. I think that
Is it?
everybody has
Okay,
access
great.
to now.
Great, in the OneDrive. Thank you.
I had one comment I want you to make with that. And as we go through our budget process, we'll obviously be talking about this intersection with others, but I want to make it clear that as a growing city and with a lot of former Ford infrastructure left for the city, we have tens of millions of dollars of roads that have to be fixed and repaired and added on in this city. And so I want to make it very clear to the public in TAMC that we don't have a ton of money that if they don't approve it, that we're going to go back for a budget. It's critical that as we grow out in our city, that we not only compete, but these grants are absolutely critical for us. And our demand and our need is as higher than these other agencies just because of all this former infrastructure that was left with us and the demands with that.
Thank you. Let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Before I move to make a motion, am I incorrect in remembering that the plan for that intersection was a roundabout?
I don't know in my history ever seen a roundabout there, and I think the problem, you know, I don't know if Frederick's still there. I don't think he's still with us, but it is you ask the traffic operation people to analyze it. There's a predominant traffic movement at that intersection with that kind of that from Reservation onto Del Monte, and operationally, probably a lot of that might preclude a roundabout. So roundabouts don't work everywhere. It's the same thing. The transition from Reservation onto Imjin Parkway. That's another intersection that probably would not work as a roundabout.
The other idea that I had in cities is the large multiple crosswalks, the X that it makes.
Oh, you mean like the scramble
Is that what they call it?
for a pedestrian?
Right. All of a sudden,
Dedicated
everything
phase?
stops and it all
Um,
goes that way.
You know, we can look at that in the operational analysis on it. What happens when you do a scramble phase like that? The duration of the pedestrian phase is based on the length of the crosswalk. So when you go from a leg that goes across to a diagonal, it gets that much longer. So a longer time has to be allocated to that pedestrian phase.
Right. Thank you for that. I'll make a motion. I'll move to make a motion. I'll make the motion that we adopt resolution number 2023, whatever is going to be assigned, approving an agreement between the City of Marina and the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, also known as TAMSI, for the 2023 Regional Surface Transportation Program, also known as RSTP, allocation of funding, and approving the RSTP competitive funding grant application for the Reservation Road and Del Monte Boulevard operational and safety improvement project, and that we authorize the finance director to make the necessary accounting and budgetary entries, and also authorize our city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Marina, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney.
I second.
All right. Should we go to public comment? Let's go to public comment now. Anyone like to speak to this matter?
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. First of all, absolutely want you to get this grant money. But having said that, what you had up on that screen that showed the improvements that are being suggested for that intersection, that I walk at least twice a week, often more. I know that Councilmember McCarthy walks that often. Will do absolutely nothing to make me feel safer as a pedestrian. Because where it's the most dangerous for pedestrians is for people turning right to, if they're doing Reservation, turning right onto Del Monte to go up Reservation. If they're coming down Reservation to turn on to Del Monte to go north. If they are traveling Reservation and they're going to turn on to Del Monte to go south, that's where pedestrians are getting cut off. Also, when people are trying to cross Reservation and they're at the future Starbucks and they're crossing over to the Bill Ring Circle, I have seen people not be able to cross the entire intersection where the light changes. What you are proposing for that intersection is not going to help me as a walker in this community. And that is one of the main things I do around here is I walk a lot. I'm happy to hear about bikes, but I would like to hear a lot more about pedestrians at that intersection. And I know that I can recall our city manager saying a few years back that a roundabout was never going to work at that corner, and I respect and I understand that. But I don't think we are going to be doing enough. And if we're hoping to do more when some big downtown plan happens, This is when we need to be giving it far more serious consideration. And I really hope, I'm being passionate about this. I have spoken to councils for years now about that intersection. I really hope before you put this application in, and it looks like it's June 1, and I don't know if you have to have a working drawing by that time. And I am happy to meet with some people down there at that intersection. I'd be happy to meet with Councilmember McCarthy at that intersection. I know Councilmember Medina Dirksen has walked that area often. This isn't enough. Please give it a lot more consideration about pedestrian safety, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Nancy Amadeo. Grace understands that intersection. I walk it with my 4-year-old granddaughter, and trying to get across reservation going Starbucks to the Jack in the Box is taking your life in your hands, because not only do you have a very wide area to cross, but you have people who are going to make a right-hand turn from Reservation onto Del Monte, and they barely slow down, let alone stop. And they don't see you. Even if they do stop, they don't see you because you are not quite at the median, or you're just at the median. And they start heading out and you've moved closer, and it's very scary. When you're walking with a child, it's even scarier because they don't react to things the way you do as an adult. My granddaughter, when we walk from my house across from Gloria Jean Tate Park all the way to the Starbucks, and she pushes her dolly buggy. You would think she would be more noticeable because cute little kid pushing a dolly buggy is really cute, but they're not. They're this big. They're not seen by cars at all, especially at the turn. When you try and cross to go to the park from the Jack in the Box, you face the same problem. They don't see you standing on the corner and that light changing, and they turn into you and you're trying to cross the street. It's very frightening. We want to be a pedestrian-friendly city. We really need to consider, what does that mean? It's just not when you get into town, it's getting into town. How safe is it? Are your pedestrians safe? Is this intersection going to be designed to be pedestrian friendly, or is it still going to be automobile friendly? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, anyone at home, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this item. May, Holland? Oops. May, if you did want to speak, go ahead. And if not May, then we'll give everyone else a moment.
Mr. Mayor, did you say May because you're on Mia?
Yeah, May had her hand up temporarily.
Oh.
All right, we'll close public comment and come back to council. Any final questions or comments?
There she is. I see her hand up now.
Okay, let's reopen public comment if there's no objection for May Holland Dungo. Hello, May. Welcome.
Okay. Hello. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing over here, but I think what they meant to say is that when the cross, the turn to from Del Monte to Reservation Road should not be on a go when pedestrians are crossing the road. It should be on a stop, like they can't turn. I think that's what they meant when they said it's not safe. Because they can't see the people when they cross, or they're hurrying to go home because their light is on a green go arrow thing. And then the other thing too, since you're talking about roads, I hope you will also consider fixing the Carmel Street, because there's a lot of potholes in that street. I use that when I go to work because it's much easier so I can avoid all the stoplights. So anyway, that's my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you, May. Brian, can you address the comments that we've heard tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is the danger of trying to speak to something conceptually that hasn't been kind of fleshed out. You know, the purpose of this intersection has not been designed. You know, we sit down with the traffic engineers and we talk about the deficiencies of the intersection. And the purpose of this grant application is to improve things for pedestrians. That's why we're going for this grant funding. If the city were successful in getting the grant funding, we would be looking at all those considerations from a safety and operational standpoint. You know, and that northeast corner that was mentioned, that's definitely one area that we talked about being an area of concern. So, you know, I think we've identified the problem areas, and that's the part of the design process is going through and coming up with solutions for that. As this would go through a design process, it would come forward for reviews in the Public Works Commission while the traffic engineers are working on all the details and stuff. So there will be opportunities for public input as this goes through design, but you know, the very purpose of this grant application improvements at the intersection is to improve things for pedestrians.
Brian, I think May might have thought that we should apply for money to fix Carmel Avenue, but that's a different funding stream that we would probably use for that.
I would say we would not be competitive going for repairs on Carmel Avenue for this grant source.
Okay, especially if there's potholes, maintenance. All right. What consideration has staff given to the idea of being a bad idea or a good idea to have a no right turn on red at the northeast and southeast corners, the Jack in the Box and the former Burger King corners?
That will be something that would have to look at operationally as the project goes through design. You know, yeah, we can look at it as considerations, but ultimately we want to see what works for the traffic volumes. And you know, that's why we're calling it an operational and safety improvements. So,
do you agree that it's best for cars to have those right turns on reds, but it also makes it more dangerous for the pedestrians?
You know, we can look at it in the analysis. I think it's probably more a traffic volume thing that may be driving that. You know, obviously, if you can have no conflict movements when pedestrians are crossing, that's preferred.
Yeah, I kind of got out of line thinking about questions, but really, I think that ends the public comment period and my ability to ask questions. So now we're coming back to council. We don't have a motion on the floor yet. Before we public comment, okay. So we do have a motion on the floor by Christina. So any comments from council? And I'll start with Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I could not agree with staff more that this intersection, among a list of pretty bad intersections in Marina, is the most pressing. So I'm very excited to see this come forward. I am through the intersection every day, as Grace mentioned, and every day I want to get out of my car and start directing people because my heart kind of sinks and I see people that are, you know, possibly in danger. And I don't think that the proposal probably will solve every safety concern, but I do think that it moves us in the right direction. And I'm willing to take anything we can get at this point. I do want to second the mayor's comments about looking at no right on red at both of those locations. I think there's going to be some challenges, I'm sure, especially with some of the new businesses going in. Those two right turns are incredibly dangerous, and they worry me. If I had kids, I wouldn't let them cross there without my supervision. So I'm excited about this. I hope that we get it, and I hope that it improves safety. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Even without the grant award, is the no right turn on red, is that, I'm conceiving this maybe too simply, is that not just a kind of a simpler fix that we can just change the stop lights and put a sign up? Is that much more than that probably?
I would say I would not do that without an analysis of the traffic there. Yeah, we could make changes that could go really bad. So we need to do the analysis.
Okay, but that could be an independent or separate fix from the grant larger scale improvements if we did a study.
Yeah, we'd probably be focusing on one particular deficiency of the intersection. I think there are quite a few pedestrian related deficiencies there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. A member of the public indicated that the green light for the pedestrians is not long enough for people to reach the other side. That's something that can be addressed very soon, I hope. Retime the lights, or is that more complicated than I?
Again, that's the
think?
complicated question of the signal timing for the entire intersection and how it operates. So
Okay.
I
And what
don't
would,
think we would do that without the analysis.
and what would be the best way for members of the public to ask those kind of questions? Can they email staff? Is there a certain email address or?
You
link?
they can email, they can always bring it to the traffic advisory committee. Just understand that all the movements at that intersection are interrelated. So you take a little here, you have to give somewhere else. And we need to make sure that the analysis is done so that it operates, appropriately, handles the traffic, and is safe.
Because this is very important, of course, to make sure it's safe. The sooner the better.
Mhm.
So what does an analysis for just this one intersection? What does that mean? How soon could that be done? Or you want to wait for to see if the grant comes in?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to answer that question without consulting with some of our traffic engineers.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Just a quick comment. One thing that when I had mentioned traffic scrambles, as we call them, what noted in my mind is very clear delineation and striping. That intersection has very little striping. So maybe next phases, wherever we go, that might be something that the traffic committee considers, because clear colors, I go harken back to the safe routes for school, how all the roads were very dark greens and very clearly you can't miss it. So, wherever this grant lands, I think we can at the very least consider lower cost options such as better striping, more colorful striping maybe.
Okay, thank you. Go to a vote then, please. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passed unanimously. And we move on to a franchise agreement with Green Waste Recovery. This is Public Works Night.
Yes, it is. We're getting ready for National Public Works Week. Actually, this has more to do with the timing of the rate setting for the people that receive service here in Marina. And this happens on an annual basis. And, just kind of explain that the rates, we have a franchise agreement with Green Waste Recovery. And the way that franchise agreement is structured, actually the rates are set per the franchise agreement. And it's very prescriptive how that's done within the franchise agreement. And so I guess if we can go to, do I get this? See if we can get this work. Otherwise I have to say next slide, please, all night long. No. Nope. Next slide, please. There we go. So there are two methods of determining rates under the franchise agreement. The first one is, if you can go to the next slide. There we go. Is what they call a multi-index rate adjustment. And that looks at different factors and different indexes that are tracked that are publicly available. Things that such as the labor component tracks the employment cost index, fuel component of the service provided by green waste follows the fuel index, and then other components will follow the consumer price index. And that's a way of tying the rates to indices that indicate how much the cost of providing that service to the customers is increasing. Other pieces of that, Regen Monterey has a tip fee that they charge for loads coming in there, and they're projecting a 5% increase for the coming year. That gets baked into the rates for the ratepayers. And then there's a fee component, franchise fee collected that comes back to the city, and that's to help the city with all the activities that the city has to do to remain in compliance and provide this service, and all the reporting to the state of California related to solid waste. And I'm struggling with that solid waste term. We've referred to solid waste for so long, and really it probably comes up in franchise agreements and stuff, and maybe even in our ordinance some places. But really, what we're talking about is refuse. And going forward, we're really looking at these things differently as we grow to understand the needs and doing the things for our environment. And so, you know, now you're going to hear more about refuse. They're done with it, but it's a resource. It's moving on to the next chain in its life. You're going to see organics going into organics carts and being used as a commodity and improving production here in the Monterey County. And then you have the recyclables, I think, that people are more familiar with. So I digressed a little bit there. So that's the preferred method. And it kind of anticipated going through setting an annual adjustment for the franchise fees. Within the franchise agreement, there was a provision for a cost-based rate adjustment. And that was put in there in anticipation that, you know, there was an initial fee proposal from Green Waste at the onset of the franchise agreement. And over time, you know, there was anticipation that things might diverge a little bit. And getting a few years down the road in operation, making sure that fees were charged equitably and accurately to not only Marina, but making sure that they were, you know, the fees charged for service were in alignment with all the communities that are members of the JPA and members of the franchise agreement. As we got to rate period 5, and you know, we're starting to see that the revenues versus expenses for some of the agencies under the franchise agreement were getting a little bit out of skew. So in rate period 5 of 2019, the agencies called for a cost-based rate adjustment, which means a pretty extensive audit of Green Waste's operational records and doing an assessment of what the actual cost of providing that service was. And out of that cost-based rate adjustment came some adjustments, and what was determined for the city of Marina that there was actually a surplus collected in the rates, and that surplus was actually money that was the ratepayers' money sitting there. And needed to be addressed to make it equitable and bring it back in alignment. And so as a result of that, rates remained fixed at the rates set in 2018. And going forward in rate period 6, again, it was still out of alignment. It's coming down. So an additional $258,000 was found in surplus in rate period 6. Staff, it took a longer time to conduct that cost-based rate adjustment, and we were finally able to come back and present to City Council in September of 2020. Council directed staff to come up with an equitable means to return the rate surplus to the ratepayers that contributed to that surplus. as we were going through that, kind of holding the rates at the 2018 rate, we saw in rate period 7, we were still accruing a rate surplus at 176,000. So if you can go to the next slide. Okay, so staff reached out to HF&H, the consultant that helps us with a lot of the franchise agreement. They did an analysis of the ratepayers in rate periods 5 and 6 and their level of service, and came up with a recommendation on how that could be returned to ratepayers that were that use the service in rate periods 5 and 6, and then Green Waste was able to implement that, and they did that this year in the months of January, February, and March, and ratepayers saw that as a credit on their bill. What happened as a result of that is they were able to rebate back 659,000 of that surplus from 5 and 6. And after going through that, there's still $140,000 from that rate period 5 and 6 that's still available to apply future rate periods. So for rate period 7 increase, last time we came to council last year, staff recommended that surplus be used over a 2-year period to offset increases due to the organics requirements that were increasing, and then material costs and labor costs increases, and basically using that as a rate smoothing. We knew there were going to be some fairly large increases as a result of that. And so council approved using half of that rate period 7 surplus in 2022, and that reduced the increase from 5.82% to 3.1%. We had that other remaining half of the rate period 7 surplus, and staff is again recommending that we use that to offset the current rate application in front of you tonight, the 2023 increase, which would reduce that from a 5.01% to a 2.38%. So it's, you know, we went through a period of rates not going up since 2018, and we're able to keep 5% plus increases in the more in the 2 to 3% range for the residents and businesses in Marina. And so I think it's I wouldn't necessarily recommend going that route. It's a lot of work and trying to equitably rebate that back to the customers that actually paid into it, but it has had a benefit of keeping the rates low and minimizing that impact to the residents through all these changes. The franchise agreement and the process that we're bringing to you here tonight, in the franchise agreement, it says the city shall make a good faith effort to approve the accuracies of the calculated rates by June 1st. And that's so that Green Waste can notify customers of rate increases in advance, and then the rates would become effective on July 1st. HF&H did the analysis of the rate application from Green Waste and found that it was in compliance with the requirements under the franchise agreement. There was a draft report from HF&H attached to your staff report. HF&H has subsequently finalized that without any changes to that report. And then the proposed rates are attached as Exhibit A. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council for Brian? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any kind of environmental justice rate adjustment? We're obviously impacted by the landfill, very close to it. Does that translate into any savings to the ratepayer?
Environmental justice as in geographic location, or?
I'm thinking, you know, my traditional definition of environmental justice is getting some benefit for the negative impacts that you receive by being close to a facility like that.
Well, I would say that there's nothing in the franchise agreement, you know, kind of structured in that way, but I would say it's based on the cost of providing the service. I guess the benefit that Marina residents get, yes, they're closer to it and feel the impacts, but the haul routes are also the shortest in the franchise area, among all the other agencies in the peninsula. So that's another factor that's keeping the Marina rates the lowest in the area.
So we get the fuel savings. When does the franchise agreement come up for kind of renegotiation or rewriting?
It's a 15-year franchise agreement, and we're going into rate period 9 right now. So we're about 5-6 years out before we have to have a new agreement in place.
Okay, thank you. I'll save the rest of my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the public online. If you're online and you'd like to raise your hand to speak.
I see no hands.
And come back to City Council, perhaps for a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
I think it was my light, Mr. Mayor, maybe.
Oh yeah, it looks like Heidi's like, actually, yes. Councilmember McCarthy.
I have some more comments, but I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution amending the rate adjustment calculation of the franchise agreement with Green Waste Recovery, utilizing a sector-specific uniform percentage adjustment and approving a maximum rate to be charged by Green Waste Recovery effective July 1, 2023 for collection of franchise solid waste, recycling, and organics.
A second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's hard not to support this because I think our rates are incredibly competitive when you look at other rates on the peninsula. But I have just a lot of general comments, and I know, Mr. Mayor, you represent us on the landfill board. I'd really like to see rates that encourage people to conserve, right? The difference between the small bin and the large bin aren't that great. And so, like, from my perspective, why not go with the large bin? And when you have the large bin, you tend to throw more away, which obviously has environmental impacts. We know that our landfill is producing way more methane than it is supposed to be. And so that's one of my comments. Another comment is looking at rates and maybe a future franchise agreement that measure by weight. I know some municipalities are doing this, right? So it's, it depends on how heavy the stuff is that you're throwing away, and that's kind of how you're charged. That would require a lot of changes, and I understand that, and it's a little bit far out, but I think it's not too early to start talking about some of these more progressive ideas of measuring and charging for the waste that we produce. And then the last comment I just have is, again, going back to that environmental justice rate adjustment. We have suffered great impacts by being so close to the landfill, and probably some impacts that we don't even know about yet. And so I would hope that we can continue that conversation as time progresses and see, how some way we can be compensated for those impacts that we receive. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And you have good points, good questions. I think it'd be appropriate for you to discuss them with the staff that help set the rates, because we haven't had discussion of your points that you brought up at the board meeting over there. Those are good points. But I know one thing that comes up is if I want to save money and I think I can generate less trash, I'll ask for a small bin and I'll save some money. Then I'll have some guests over, and across the community, a lot of the trash that won't fit in the little trash can, because I was wishing I'd be able to, goes into the recycling bin because people don't have anywhere else to put it. And we already have a 33% contamination rate across our region with people putting trash in the recycling bins. And so I think that's one outcome. If a lot of people start taking advantage of a smaller bin, so they try to discourage that. They try to limit it to seniors who really actually in reality, they do generate less money, less resources, sorry. So I think there's pros and cons to having smaller bins, but it'd be great to have that conversation with staff and you. All right, let's go to Councilmember Vishra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, for 6 years from now, I think I would like to remember that we also should look into maybe having a later start time than 6 a.m. Might be more expensive, as was explained probably a year ago when I spoke as a member of the public, but I would still like to look into it because that's a quality of life issue. And I think this is it. What were you just? Oh no, I have another question about many residents are complaining about the composting. If you don't have a yard and you have the green bin, but only food waste and no yard waste to put at the bottom, those bins get really yucky. So is there anything that is being done to address this sooner than 6 years from now?
So the efforts I've seen, along the line and the messaging coming from the people that are, in the public outreach on it is really trying to educate people on how they can maintain their carts in between times. I can say, we always say don't put liquids into the carts. And I think that's probably one of the biggest contributor to how bad it can get. So to the extent that you can keep, as much liquid out of that organics cart as possible is a good step. But then the district has also provided information on how to clean your cart.
I was hoping there would be something better, like would people be allowed to put a newspaper at the bottom or something? Because I know, like I said, for people who don't have a yard, food waste, does usually contain, it's not dry. It doesn't need to be liquids, but it does get moldy in there. And they only have the large green bin, so it's hard to clean. And then they only have a little bit of food waste, which is at the bottom of that large yard. So I was hoping maybe we could look into community places to put some bins that people can use together. But nothing is being done for that.
I don't think there's been any discussions of joint use carts or anything like that. No, not yet. We haven't found like the silver bullet on it. I mean, it is really, this is newer stuff. And, I've personally done experiments in my own house, contrary to public health codes, and didn't put that out every week, and actually went 2 to 3 months, and it started smelling like compost. Which for me, it smells a little bit earthy, but it smells like compost, and it was okay.
So can I ask,
For me.
was there yard waste mixed in, or was it only food?
No, actually, we've gone away from watering turf and because of the drought and everything, so we did not have a lot of yard waste going in there. It's like I said, the one time that I saw that we really had problems is when we got too much water in there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope that we can look into something for the residents, especially without the yards, because I know it's a big issue. And of course, we all want people to do the right thing by composting, by not putting it in the trash. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up with that. So I presented to the Region Board on April 21st about this concept that food is not compost. Food is still food. And so there are devices out there that, and I have one in my house where I put all of my food waste into this device, and it dehydrates it. It keeps it as food. It turns it into chicken feed. And so I actually mail it back, and they've done the calculations, and it shows that it actually still saves greenhouse gases. So I'd really encourage you to maybe take a look at my presentation on April 21st. I can send it to you. There is a fee that's involved, but I think that looking at some of these progressive, innovative ideas are really the answer. So I appreciate your comment, and I'd love to share that with you.
Okay, let's ask for a vote. For all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Brian, for the questions and answers. Now we're going to move to our capital investment incentive program. And our city manager, Lane Long, is going to lead us through that. Thank you, Lane.
Thank you, Mayor. The item that we have before you tonight is to establish under state law what they call a capital investment improvement plan, or a SIP is what they call it. And this program that we're proposing to adopt really is for Joby Aviation, and it's an incentive to try to get them to build their large manufacturing facility here. And so to understand why we want to do this SIP, I'm going to show a couple clips of Joby Aviation and to give you a sense of this company and what they're going to be doing here. So if you can click on this first. And if you can enlarge it. We need some volume.
Seems we might have to read the captions. There's captions.
So it looks like we have audio problem, but I'm going to kind of talk us through this video as you're watching it. This right here are actual engineers, assemblers, and employees in Joby Aviation's facility right here at our Marina Airport. These pictures are here at our Marina Airport. And what they're talking about is the careers that these employees are actually having right now at our airport. There's about 250 employees in Marina that are currently working here. And it's an amazing job opportunity for our city, for our region, for the state of California. And what's amazing is this is going on right now here at our airport. They currently have a couple prototypes that are operating, and they have a couple that are actually under construction. My understanding is in the very near future may actually be completed. And so let's end this slide. Let's go to the next one.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. May I interrupt? Sure. I think I might have a conflict on this item. I hold investments in Joby Aviation, and I hadn't really thought about it until just now. Could I ask the attorney if I should possibly recuse?
Through the mayor, I don't know exactly what your conflict is, but in an abundance of caution, you could always step away and recuse yourself from this item and then can look at it because it's really just the floor. You can always take additional steps.
Yeah, thank you. At this point, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recuse myself, and I'm going to step outside until this item's over. Thank you.
So cross our fingers and see if the audio is working on this. Go ahead and start that. This right here is Joe Ben Beverett. It's not going to work. So that is Joe Ben, and that he is one of these entrepreneurs where as you associate Elon Musk with the Tesla vehicles, Joe Ben Beverett is in that genre with these electric takeoff and landing. we'll skip the next slide since the audio isn't working. But this will give you a sense of what we're proposing to establish for this program is not for a business that is hoping to be out there. This is a business that has actually been operating here at our airport for 5 years. These pictures are of this aircraft flying over Marina and our airspace. These employees are all currently working in there. These manufacturing facilities are here right now in Marina. And so Joby Aviation, they are the leader in the world in this electric vehicle takeoff and vertical takeoff and landing vehicle. They currently are leasing several of our large hangars at our airport. As I mentioned before, they have 250 employees. Toyota is a major investor. They have sent their top engineers over to the airport to help put together these jigs for the manufacturing of the aircraft parts. The FAA has been working closely with Joby for several years and just recently put together approved guidelines for the future establishing of airspace for aircraft like this. And so I think we have a runway now from the FAA for the next couple of years that they will actually be able to operate in because they have to have a certain height of airspace they'll operate in, and it has to be coordinated with FAA's radar, and they've established the type of aircraft that they will approve, and Joby meets that criteria. And so they're moving very forward with that. Their headquarters right now is in Santa Cruz, and it's going to stay in Santa Cruz. They have about 600 employees at their current airport. They, as I mentioned earlier, they are currently manufacturing their first couple aircraft from start to finish here at our hangars. And so what they're hoping to do is when the FAA gives final approval, they want to be able to move into full scale production of hundreds of vehicles a year. And so the capacity they have at our airport is maybe, I think, 8 to 10 airplanes a year, which is great for them right now as they're developing their prototypes. But as they're working out their timing with the FAA, if the FAA approves them to take off in 2 years, that means that they have to have a manufacturing facility built and ready and equipped and ready to operate when the FAA gives approval. And so in light of this, Joby has been trying to figure out where and they're going to build this manufacturing facility. And they put out an RFP a couple of years ago. The city of Marina responded to that RFP. At that time, we didn't have really any support from the Monterey County. We didn't have really support from the state of California. So it was just our RFP, our response to it. After that, Joby sent out an RFP again around the nation, and many states responded to that RFP. And we understand that they've narrowed it down to 3 or 4 or 5 states. And we are one of those. California is now one of those. And I think Michigan, Ohio, Texas, Florida, maybe North Carolina or other states. These other states, their governors have flown out to our airport and to Joby's headquarters, and they're lobbying very hard to get this manufacturing facility built. They understand the game changer that this technology is. And so what we are trying to do is compete with these other states to keep Joby here. The state of California really has engaged quite strongly, I think, the last 6 or 8 months. Now they've really understand what Joby Aviation is. And we've been working with them, and Monterey County has really come on board the last few months. And we have put together a proposal that we submitted last Friday, and our proposal that we submitted has about $226 million worth of incentives. These are different grants. These are different property tax, sales tax, use tax, all types of incentives. And that's what the state has worked very hard. Governor Newsom has directed his Office of Business and Economic Development to work closely with us in the county, and they have been. They've been great. And so we think we've put together a great proposal that's going to be very competitive. It's our understanding in the next month, Joby Aviation will be making a decision on where they're going to build this manufacturing facility. You can go to the next slide, or maybe it's the slide after this slide. Okay, so the facility that they're proposing to build is 580,000 square feet. That's a huge facility. Next, it will be to build this all-electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. This is powered by batteries. It is a game changer when you talk about climate change and impact on the environment. It's a game changer when you talk about battery powers for this aircraft. Next. They've estimated that the facility will cost $192 million to build here in Marina. And part of that is our construction costs are higher here because they have to pay prevailing wage. They'll also be investing $400 million into equipment for that facility. So you can see they're close to $600 million that they have to invest up front just to build this facility. Next point. This facility will be built. We'll be adding 1,800 employees to our region. Not all will work out of the manufacturing facility, but if it's built here, in their whole regional workforce will expand by up to 1,800. And there'll be engineers, technicians, assemblers, support staff, managers. Next point. So this is a high-level shot of our airport, and you can see there's surrounding property owned by UC Santa Cruz, and the county owns property. The blue is where UC Santa Cruz, that's with their MBES Center, and the blue is a future business park that we own that will hopefully be able to expand and develop businesses if we can get Joby Aviation there. And you see on this map, there's two places called Tarmac, and that is where this manufacturing facility would be built. Next slide. This is kind of a closer up of the Tarmac area there. This is currently area that we aren't using for anything. Our airport was a former military helicopter airport. So where your typical general aviation airports, they just have runways. But because of our military use, we have these huge tarmacs that we really can't use for anything. And this is a great use for Joby Aviation. If they don't build it here, we won't really build anything on it in the future. And so when you talk about if we don't want to move down this path of this capital incentive and investment program, then we aren't going to collect any property tax on this parcel. Next slide. This is a picture of what the proposed building is to look like, and it is rather large when you look at it. But again, it fits nicely on our tarmac. Next slide. When the state of California eliminated RDAs, this is probably 12 years ago, RDAs were tools that counties and cities are able to use to attract economic growth and development in their cities. And when the state eliminated RDAs just because they kind of got abused by cities and counties, and so they took them away. But the state really wants to develop other tools because they know that to attract these businesses, there's a huge cost, and you can look at it. So if Joby Aviation is investing 600 million to build a facility. Then on top of that, they're going to start paying income taxes and property taxes and sales taxes and use taxes, which are already high in California. And quickly you can see these businesses, why they build in other states where it's cheaper to build. And so the state understands that they have to give local governments and counties tools to be able to put together incentive programs to help these businesses come to your committee and be able to invest the money that they need to be able to operate. Next slide. And so one of the tools the state has given us is something called a capital investment incentive program. And it's pretty straightforward. The state, this tool has been out there a while. By a while, it's probably 5 or 6, 7 years, 8 years. And only 3 communities have taken advantage of this tool. Long Beach and Los Angeles and Palmdale. But no one is actually using it as they established this SIP plan in their communities, but it didn't meet the criteria established by the state. And so really no one is using this incentive program. And the state is very interested in the city of Marina and would like to demonstrate and show that this really is a good tool that is out there for cities to use. And so we'll be groundbreaking community in the state of California if we're able to move forward with this tool. Next slide. This incentive program is tailored very narrowly to aerospace industries, alternative energy producing companies. And so again, the California said we want manufacturing facilities. They're in this narrow band that we know are going to be a huge part of the future of California. They're going to be a huge part of our climate change. Next slide. And so the SIP first requires a company to provide a written request to participate in this program, which Joby Aviation has done. And that all that is just a request that they want to be in the program, and they've outlined how much money that they're going to invest, which showed us that almost $600 million, and they have to detail the number of jobs that they're going to create, which they've done that, and that's about that 1,800. Next slide. The first step in moving forward with the SIP is really the action before the council tonight, and you have to adopt a resolution that that authorizes us to move forward and participate in this capital investment and incentive program. You're not committing any dollar amount right now to participate in the program. You're just letting Joby Aviation, you're letting the state of California know that the city council of the city of Marina will participate in this program. And then subsequently, we'll continue to negotiate with Joby Aviation and the county exactly what our incentives would be in this program. But as I've indicated in the staff report, what we are looking at, can you go to the next slide? If that covers it or not. Yeah, thank you. Can you go to the next one? Next one. Okay, there we go. So what the specifics of the plan that you're adopting under this program is it's a 15-year program. Next point. It requires that Joby has to invest $150 million before any of these property tax incentives kick in. And so that's a huge base. What it does, it's increasing our property tax base by $150 million that will collect property tax and won't rebate anything back under this program. Next point. So under this program, the property tax that is just generated off the building and the equipment that they're putting in there, we're proposing that we'll reimburse Joby Aviation 75% of that will go back to them. And we're proposing that out of that proportion that goes back to them, it's going to be split 50% between us and Monterey County. So Monterey County their Board of Supervisors several weeks ago said that they were interested in this program. They supported it. And so it's my understanding that they're going to have the same resolution at their May 23rd meeting, that they'll be adopting it. And again, it's just a resolution that they're agreeing to participate in the program, but is not committing to any specifics at all. We've projected that our participation in this program for 15 years will be rebating back to Joby Aviation $6 million. And next point. In the same period of time, we'll receive $4 million. So $6 million is going to Joby. We'll get $4 million. And if we decide not to participate in the program, we won't get any property tax money. That $4 million goes away. You'll say, well, but Joby will go somewhere else and say they're going to go anywhere else in the city. No other business is going to locate on this particular point in the tarmac. And so there's not a projected loss that if we do this incentive, somebody else is going to come in and may be able to we can get more property tax. No one else is going to build there on this tarmac. Next point. One of the things that we will get out of here and we have Kaiser Marston, a financial consulting firm, has been working closely with on this and has been looking at all the property tax numbers, and they have looked at the projected revenue output for our economy, and it would be $300 million a year. And so that 300 million, that includes the revenues that be going to Joby, but it also includes the revenues that will be going to our marina businesses, our marina people that own landlords' businesses, when they buy, employees buy the homes. And so that's a lot of economic output, $300 million per year to the city of Marina. There's also additional things that are outside the SIP program that will come back to the city of Marina, but because they are related to the SIP program, we aren't going to discuss those tonight. But under this program, this is really what we are proposing to do. Next slide. I think that is it. So I think that covers everything. We are in a critical point right now with Joby Aviation, and really with the state of California. And this capital investment incentive program is one tool that we're recommending the council adopt this resolution tonight. And we'll continue to work. And when we have an actual funding agreement term in place, then we'll come back to the council. But what I've showed you in the presentation, this is kind of the scope that we're talking with Joby, is about this 75 reimbursement of the property tax. That's the only thing that we're reimbursing. All the other types of taxes, they will still flow to the city. But again, I'm not going to go into detail on those. I'm just going to focus on the property tax. Next.
Lane, on page 1 under analysis, the first sentence says that Joby intends to implement a major expansion to its facilities at the Marina Municipal Airport. So is that wishful thinking? Is that their intent?
That is their preference. Joe Ben Bevert, the president and the founder and CEO, he lives up in Scotts Valley, and all their research and development is here at the Marina Airport. And it's going to continue. Their headquarters is in Santa Cruz. And that is his preference. He wants to build this facility down here. But he's a publicly traded company now, and he has a board he has to meet with. And that's why they're evaluating these other proposals around the country. But if the state of California, if their proposal is competitive, yet their intention is, yes, they would like to build here.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. City Manager Lane Long. This is a question for Heidi. Are we risking anything here? Is there anything at risk? Is there any financials that we're losing? I mean, I know this is an intent, almost sounds like a letter of intent to me.
For the mayor, and I'm sure that Lane can, city manager Lane Long can answer this as well, but this to me sounds like it's a very preliminary step to get the process started. There had to be a letter from Joby, and now the city has to pass a resolution intending to establish the program, but my understanding is there is no money being obligated at this point.
Any other input, Christina?
I did have another question, but it kind of evaporated.
Let us know if it comes back.
It's gonna come back.
Because I'd just like to make a few comments that Joby being in Marina is bringing a third economic driver to our entire region, not just to Marina. Heretofore, I think we've had pretty much ag and tourism, and now we've got state-of-the-art technical high tech aviation. And so I think we're really very pleased and fortunate for this. And what in this proposal, it looks like, oh geez, we're going to have a loss of 75% of the property tax. But in reality, the benefits so outweigh this property tax that we wouldn't have even had to begin with if Joby wasn't here. And I have to say, this has been a project in the making for 5 or 6 years. And I think both our city manager and our assistant city manager, Matt Mogeson, really are indebted for their persistence and their skill at encouraging the development of this here in Marina and continuing to really foster and support this amazing project. So I want to say very, very much that we are indebted to both of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to echo that and thank the city manager and the assistant city manager for all the work that already has been done and that is still being done. There's a lot of work behind the screens. And can I make the motion? Thank you. I'd like to motion to adopt resolution number 2023 something, establishing a capital investment incentive program for a potential future community services agreement between the city of Marina and Joby Aviation.
I'll second that.
All right, and Christina, did you have further input?
Yes, now I remember my question. Since this would be one of the first sort of tests to the state CIP, again, maybe Heidi, I know I don't want to get the cart before the horse, but if this is sort of a test, might there be any protests from, say, like its legality, and or protests from property tax concerned people?
I can speak to that. This is a state adopted program under state law, and the state governor's office of economic development has we've worked very closely, and this resolution is tailored after what the state has told us we need to adopt, and so we are fully compliant with state law.
So it is a state law.
Yes, it is state law.
I'd like to read that. Thank you very much. And yes, I also my comments are seeing Joby's potential is enormous throughout our region. We have seen benefits already to businesses, residents here. Joby residents are amongst us. And I'm very, very, very excited about the potential of what could definitely be a game changer. So hats off to our city manager and Matt and our city staff for doggedly pursuing this. And let's cross our fingers, light the candles, and hopefully the I hope that we can see the future of a new frontier being manufactured right here in our community, so long as they put Made in Marina on the side of it.
I didn't have my hand up, sorry.
I
Matt Nelson.
Unanimous with the four of us present because Brian stepped out to recuse himself. If there's a way to get Brian back in, can we check with Brian, see if he can come back in, please? Thank you, Matt. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. So let's come back here at 9:35.
do a brief overview of what the Sister City program is. Most of you may be familiar with the Sister Cities program. It is not a new concept. It's actually been around since the 1940s. And sister cities have actually been developed all over the world. It started in Europe and is now done in many municipalities around the world. The main purpose of the Sister Cities program is to promote citizen diplomacy towards global peace and understanding, and exchanges can focus either on arts and culture, education, business and trade, and community development. And years ago, City of Marina had a sister city relationship with a Korean city. I unfortunately was not able to find that information. Councilmember Biala, if you do have that, you're more than welcome to chime in or jump in. Okay, no worries. So the components to a successful sister city relationship is, of course, the willingness between the two participating cities to engage. Usually that revolves around commonalities of population size, interests, resources, etc. With a sister city program, there's usually a nonprofit community organization that is involved in promoting and maintaining the sister city relationship. They are usually the primary leaders in coordinating and arranging functions, events, and coordinating activities, fundraising, and student exchange planning, delegations, and etc. And in order for a sister city relationship to be established, we would need direction from the council to establish a memorandum of understanding between the two participating cities, and that would be between the elected officials for both. So in this case, City of Marina would be the mayor and council, and then the highest elected official for the participating city. So sample language here is different from the MOU that was attached in one of the exhibits, but I can go ahead and read that out for you guys. It says here that the City of Marina believes that fostering strong international relationships are essential for promoting understanding, cooperation, and goodwill between the two nations. Marina intends to establish a long-lasting partnership with cities around the world based on mutual respect, friendship, and collaboration. And we will work together with the other city to exchange ideas, share cultural experiences, and promote economic and social development. And we recognize the power of citizen diplomacy in building bridges of understanding and trust between both participating cities. And by promoting these initiatives, we hope to create opportunities for our citizens to engage in meaningful interactions with people from other parts of the world and to be able to learn from each other and broaden our horizons. And we as a city would pledge to support and promote sister city relationships in many ways, including hosting exchange programs, cultural events, and trade missions. And we invite all residents to be able to join us in this effort to build strong and enduring relationships with our sister cities, and also to contribute to a more peaceful, prosperous, and interconnected world. So back in 2022, Councilmember Biala was approached by two cities who were interested in pursuing a sister city relationship with Marina. The first of the two is Isinokuni, which is located in the Shizuoka prefecture in Japan. I apologize if my pronunciations are, thank you. So that's one of the two cities. It's located 80 miles southwest of Tokyo, the city size of approximately 47,000. They are known for their historical heritage, cycling, and strawberries. Among their major industries include tourism, agriculture, pharmaceutical plants, and auto parts factories. The elected officials from Izinokuni are interested in beginning a virtual student exchange program, which would consist of a handful of students between Izinokuni and Marina for online sessions during the school year to discuss their activities in their daily lives, family, social, and academic spheres. And it is of note that Joby Aviation has a partnership with Japan for eVTOL aircraft. The next slide is just a couple of pictures from Izinokuni. The second city that is interested in pursuing a sister city relationship is Namwon, South Korea, which is located 2 hours south of Seoul with a city size of approximately 79,000. They are known for their famous Korean love story of Chungyang and is called or is known as the City of Love. Major industries include strawberry farming, tourism, And stated interests between NAM1 and Maria would be a delegation of leaders from NAM1 to discuss student exchange programs, take a tour of our local farms and Joby Aviation, and to also bring a youth choir from NAM1 to be able to give a performance in our area. And it's also of note, Joby Aviation also is partnered with South Korea for eVTOL aircraft. A few more pictures here. Excuse me. So staff is seeking direction from our council to either one, look at whether they would like to establish a sister city program here in Marina. And then with that would also include establishing a memorandum of understanding with Izun Kuni and NAM1 to begin a sister city relationship with them. What's not included here, but is also in the staff report, would be either to create a policy. A draft was included for your review and consideration. Again, that is just a draft. It's not a final version of that policy. And also membership to Sister Cities International, which is a global nonprofit organization. Membership is only $440 per year based on the city size for Marina, which is about 25,000. Membership is not required for Sister Cities International to be able to participate, but it is on the table if that is something the council is interested. And that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions.
All right. Councilmember Ayala, would you like to say anything at this time?
Yes, and please forgive me. It looks like I did a duplication in the pictures of the cities. I don't know how that happened. I have done lots of revisions. And the only difference between the one that was originally in the staff packet and the one you saw is in order to send it internationally, I had to use a different template. And it was the only substantial change was some of the description for Izuno Kuni. They sent over some other explanations of their highlights. And so that's the only page that has really changed. Do we want to begin the discussion? Because I could go and speak to some.
Yeah, I just thought you might have an opener for us.
Oh, sure. We have had now with both of the cities several communications for Izuno Kuni in Japan. We've had several, myself and our city manager, Lane, in meetings that included the Japanese consulate located in San Francisco. They have been actually the coordinating body. And in addition to some representatives from an organization called CLARE that is very similar to the International Sister City Organization. And they primarily focus on sister cities with Japan. So those folks, the San Francisco consulate, the Japanese consulate, and Marina representatives. And in our last meeting, which is over Zoom, we actually had the mayor of Izuno Kuni join us, and he speaks fluent English. He had worked in Boston for about a couple years, so it was nice to be able to talk pretty candidly without a translator. With Namwan, it's been primarily through Mr. Young-Soo Oh, who's in the audience today, and he is the president of the Korean Association and has many members in Marina and also in the Monterey County. And we have communicated with Namwan through translations hosted by Mr. O. And we've had some exchange of letters, including a letter, introductory letter from our mayor and myself, and then a very long letter from Namwan suggesting a whole array of potential activities that we could do between the two countries. So I just want to say that in all of the exhibits that have been presented by Lane, I was very impressed by the variety and the depth of a lot of the policies. So I thank you for that because I had to read over all of them very carefully this past few days. And I do have some recommendations, and I don't know if it's the appropriate time. Because it was the first time for me to really consider all of the pages of documents here. And I think that the one that was drafted by our city is very good in the sense that it's not overly detailed. Some of the policies that from other cities around us are so detailed, and I don't think we need to have it at that level, and it might box us in. And I say that because I would like us to have a program that includes a friendship city relationship and a sister city relationship within the context of a Marina City Sister program, because it seems like Izu no Kuni would like to start with just an informal sort of shorter term specific activity focus. And that is more consistent with a friendship city idea. And Namwan, I think, would like to, oh no, Iznu Kuni would like a friendship relationship. And Namwan seems to be wanting to establish from the beginning a fairly long-term relationship with a variety of activities associated with that relationship. So I would like to see our program include both. It could be a stepwise progression from a friendship to about a more formal relationship of a sister city, or it could be that then an application could go directly as a sister city. I'm not so sure that we need the SCI involved. We seem to be doing fine without that, and I'm not sure in my experience, even with Claire, I don't know what additional value they have when the parties are interacting directly with each other. I do think that the city should have a subcommittee. Maybe I think it was suggested in one of the other policies that it has 10 members, and it could have the representatives from 501c3 organizations, definitely citizens who are interested from Marina, and also an appointed liaison from appointed by the city manager of one of the staff to sort of be the liaison. And I think that that group could could review applications and approve friendship cities or sister cities. And I think the key here is that the citizens take the initiatives, whether it's citizens individually or with, for example, the Korean Association. The staff is really, I don't know, maybe you can say the city is an umbrella, but the real work is done by the citizens of both of the countries involved in either the friendship or the sister cities. And I think that's kind of what I garnered just by reading all these different policies and taking somewhat of the best of all of them, but in a simpler form. Some of these are just so detailed, and I don't think we need to go that way.
All right. So let's consider that the staff presentation between Sierra and Kathy. And now any questions before we go to the public from other council members? Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. This is quite exciting as well. I had the question is, how are these cities selected? Was it based on the Joby connection? And do we have citizens in our community from, I am assuming we do have some, but is it significant, or just give me an idea?
May I answer, Mr. Mayor? So the first one, what was your question? The first one?
The first one is how are
How they
these?
were selected. That's a really interesting and great question. So in Asian communities of Marina, which is a 501c3, we have been looking at a sister city arrangement for at least a year and a half. And the Japanese consulate
got involved in helping us identify a country, a city in Japan. And so we were given a big list, and we chose one. And then it turned out that they were no longer able to have those kinds of international relationships. So we had to start all over again. So that was really at the suggestion of the Japanese consulate. On the Korean side, actually, I think it was pretty much Young-Soo Oh, who had gone to Korea and visited this city and had made some contacts directly with them, and then came back here and through ACOM began saying, I think we should have a sister city relationship with them. And they were already expressing that desire. And it had nothing to do with Joby. That's the interesting thing. As you know, we started off with seeking a Japanese city, and then just recently, Young-Soo came from Korea. And then I happened to be reading in one of the media news releases that Joby had an official partnership with Japan and Korea. So it was completely by accident or coincidentally.
Just one more. In establishing the relationships, I would imagine protocols are to be established, like in terms of what each side agrees to do and how long they go for.
Yes, I think in the memorandum of understanding, there's a sample here, and I think we have some blanks in that format. And for example, the Izuno Kuni, the mayor's suggestion, not our mayor, Izuno Kuni's mayor, wanted to start off by just having this exchange of students. And I've talked to Rebecca Tyson from the Marina High School, whether that's possible, but rather than an actual visitation from students from one country to the other, it will simply be a Zoom meeting and being able to talk to each other over Zoom and have it as special breakout sessions from their regular curriculum, whoever is chosen to be on the program. Whereas Namwan seems to have a whole array of things that they would like to see happen. And the first one that they suggested was to have a delegation actually come here. And that's not saying that we would need to do the same in the near future, but they are willing to come and have a delegation of their leadership come to Marina. And they would like to, as the slides say, to visit with our school district so they can start looking at an exchange student program. And they are very interested in our strawberry farming. And of course, they're very interested in Joby. So they would like to be able to tour that. So they have that idea of actually sending people over here, as well as a 30-member children's choir. They want to be able to perform for us. And then I know that Lane had said that in Monterey County, there is also a children's choir, maybe located in Salinas, that maybe we could have those two groups of young musician or artists in singing, if they would cooperate and give them a concert together, would be really an amazing accomplishment. So again, they're very different in what we could accomplish. And I think that that's what is the nice thing about having two layers of relationships, and also not having a standard pat way of doing a relationship.
Okay. Let's go to the public. Does anyone online? Mia Nguyen, let's start with you. Good evening, Mia.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hello?
Mia, it looks like you might be talking. We're not hearing you yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, I just want to say, I'm very impressed by the presentation that about Joby, and that's something that I really like to see is our city pursuing business and bringing in high-paying jobs and trying to retain, businesses in California. We have a problem of companies leaving California, so it's good to see that there's effort to keep jobs within California. Secondly, I would like to, put my support out to the sister city and friendship city ideas. I've had personal experience with this kind of relationship with other cities. I used to go to a school that had a sister school in Korea, and as a child, I was able to have a pen pal from Korea, and we would write each other letters in English, and that was really nice. And so, I think it's just positive to have these kind of exchanges of culture and understanding, and see the world as what we are. We're all, humans, and we have common interests. And so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Good evening, Hyun-Soo.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm also here to give my support to building sister city relationship between the city of Marina and the city of Namwon and Iju-Kuni. As I think it was mentioned already, but forming a sister city relationship brings several benefits to Marina culturally, economically, socially, and education-wise. And myself being ethnically Korean, I can briefly talk about Namwon. So Namwon is a city in the southwestern part of Korean Peninsula with a rich art, culture, and history, and beautiful nature. And also, in addition to its rich history and culture, the cities also try to make innovations for the future industry on air mobility. So when people talk about William Shakespeare, people mention Stratford-upon-Avon, his birthplace. And with Namwon, it is very famous for well-known Korean literature, Chunhyang, a love story portraying loyalty, faithfulness, and virtue. So partnering with the city of Namwon will generate win-win situations for both the city of Marina and the city in Korea, and also the city of Iju-Kuni in Japan will be another great addition, as both Namwon and Iju-Kuni have similar but different strengths. So I am here to support this forming sister city relationship with both Asian cities in terms of the growth for both parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Hyun-Soo. Welcome back. Let's go to May Holland Dungo. Hello, May.
Hello. Yes, I am in favor of the sister city too, for the student also, so they can experience how it is to have friends from different countries. I think that is very cultural, and it will help the student learn. And I think for us, because we're so cultural here, we're like a lot of different nations, it would be nice to have that kind of relationship with the two different countries. And the other thing too, I like to thank you for the Joby Aviation. I was listening to that too, and the best thing we can do for our cities to create more jobs, and because it's just good for the economy to bring people here so they can spend their money here, and also to build jobs for them. And I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, May. And let's interrupt our flow here just to get a motion to extend to 10:15 if necessary.
I'll second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So anyone else in public comment, raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. All right, we'll close public comment. Thanks to everyone who commented. That was really good to hear those. So back to City Council.
I'm sorry, there's a person in the audience.
Oh. Yes, Mr. O, would you like to provide comment? Yeah, just push the little button so we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Young Soo Oh. I work with the Korean community, and thank you for the letting me thank you for letting me speak in front of the council. About the selections of city of Namon, I went to Korea and then founded a city. The thing that I look at is the size, because the size is very size of our population. The reason that the previous Korea sister city, the Korean city was Dongducheon. I know history about that. And Dongducheon grows so big, it's like 500,000, like almost 1 million city, and then it just unbalanced. And that's one of the reason. And another reason is the base closure is another reason why they stopped doing that. So I know that, so I got the wisdom over there. So I went to the Korea, and then, you know, the size of the population important. So I found that Namon City is about 70,000. So I think that is very workable with the Marina. What the other things that I consider was like a similar industries, like they have like agriculture and industry. There's a lot of similarity between two cities, and the most of all that the Korean city, they desire Marina as their sister city because of ACOM, because there is ACOM is here. Another one, another thing is that there is a strong Korean community in the city. That's, you know, other reasons why they want to be a sister city with Marina. South Korean city wants to really have a sister city ceremony in October 2023 here in Marina. Because they want to come and see, because they don't know much about Marina actually. Just like you don't know much about the Namon. So they want to come and see, meet people, and city officials, and you know, look around Peninsula too, maybe even Northern California. So they really anxious to come in October. I think I'll make everything short in conclusion that it is beneficial to both cities in many ways. Not only city, in people, business people wise, there's a lot of open up the opportunity, at least with the city of Namon, things like that. So they like to come and see, check out if there is some opportunity here. Some of the things that I like to mention is like
Mr. O, I need to ask you to stop just because I
Please.
think the 3 minutes is up.
Okay. Oh, okay. Was it the time limit? I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Let me just finish that.
Mr. O, I can't let you finish because then I have to let everyone else finish.
Okay.
Everybody
I didn't
else.
know about the time limit. Okay. I almost finished. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much for. I just want to say that I think the two Asian city will be great to become like a sister city. Thank you very much.
That's a good closer, Mr. O. Okay, so no, you did great. Thank you, Mr. O. Okay, so we've closed public comment. So Kathy, is your recommendation to have a friendship beginning with Yuzukuni in a sister city with Namwan?
Yes. And I think that we still have to work out, I would really like to see a subcommittee that will work out some of the details of approvals and things like that. But if I could be part of, the representation from the council to help craft those details.
All right. And then what kind of staff time do you think would be involved in the formulation and continuation of relationships?
Well, I don't know in terms of, I think that the city manager and myself have been sort of interacting with the countries as representatives. But I don't think the staff per se, maybe just coming to the subcommittee meeting.
All right. I don't think there'd be a lot of staff time involved. The sister city organizations of the citizens really carry the bulk of the work. I could, like, I've attended several meetings that have involved a few hours, would have Syra. I would probably appoint her to be the liaison with the sister cities group with ACOM, and but I don't see more than a couple hours a month initially as we get the program going.
Okay. And so the 10 people, would Syra be the only staff person amongst the 10?
Yeah, probably on the staff end initially. I may come to a couple of the initial meetings, but
And then how would the 10-person committee be formed? Kathy, would you beat the bushes?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, it really will be by volunteers. I don't think anybody, should be, asked who doesn't want to be. So I think we can find some citizens who are interested, and it could be Asians and non-Asians. It doesn't have to be people only from Korea, for example. And I would say that we need the 501c3s involved. So a representative, maybe one of the board members for ACOM and the Korean Association and some other, nonprofit organizations if they would like to join in. So I don't know the mix yet. We'll have to kind of work that out. But I think those three groups should be represented.
Okay. Some of the ideas that I had listening tonight was we have the world's largest organic farm in Marina. So it seems like that would be something that they'd be interested in, getting a tour from Ramco. And I was also thinking about our recently upgraded movie house at the library, that maybe we could encourage a community. They have these matinees every couple months. And so if it's planned for October, maybe we could ask Grace Silva Santello, who picks the movies, to pick a Japanese subtitled movie so that we could hear it in Japanese with English subtitles. And then the Japanese or the Korean could hear it. It could be in their language, but with our kids, as a way for our community to mix with them in our library. And then we could have Q&A after or before, It's just a
That'd be
nice way to
great.
bring our two
And
communities
by the
together.
way, that would be with Namwon, who wants to come over here.
Well, yeah, if it's from
Yeah.
Namwon, it'd be
Then we do
Korean. Oh, that's right.
K-dramas.
That's right. Namwon's the only one who's interested in sending a delegation, right?
Yes.
Right, yeah. So
At
it'd be a
this point.
Korean movie.
Yes.
I think it's subtitles. And I was thinking we could probably give them a tour of the Fort backcountry, get them on our beaches. They're probably going to want to go to the aquarium, and we can maybe take them to Big Sur. So over a 2 to 3 day period, we could really knock their socks off with an itinerary that would display our whole area.
Yep. And Joby, they want to see Joby.
Yeah, you mentioned that. So I was just thinking of other things.
Extra ones, yeah.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. As somebody who's been binge watching K-dramas quite a bit, this is quite exciting. It's a night of excitement tonight. Reading through the various exhibits that you provided with policies of other cities, we have very clear language in F6 about the city will not fund, what they will not fund. I'm just wondering, might we consider some money set aside for either student exchange or money for some sort of, I don't know, I'm just wondering if we could consider. Page 37 of our Sister City Exhibit B, City of Marina Sister Cities Policy. Having read the Cupertino and having read the Seaside, Seaside City council members have money for training. I just wonder if our language should not be so rigid. Some of the other language gives discretion to the city manager. I just would hate to come into a situation where, let's just say Joby is quite successful and we do have newfound wealth that we could probably reinvest into our citizens and this type of cultural exchange. So I would just like to recommend some less rigid language for reimbursements or travel or even slight gifts. Thank you.
Is this a recent city document, Exhibit B, or is it from the old days?
This is a new draft, so it's just a recent one.
So tonight, we're not approving this. We're just,
Correct.
It's here for our perusal, right?
Right. And exactly the input that Councilmember Medina Dirksen, that's exactly the input that would love to get on that.
And on this Exhibit B, it doesn't say about, for example, the inclusion of a friendship city in the overall program, and it doesn't talk about the subcommittee. So we would revise this before coming back to the next council.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had exactly the same question as Council Member Christina Medina Dirksen. I had highlighted the same. So I support that question, that request to make that a little bit less strict. And for the rest, I just want to say I so support it. It brings back memories. Thank you for the presentation, Sarah. I did not know it started in Europe, but I now remember as a high school student, I went on a trip to England, which was organized by the city that I was living in. And then over the years, my siblings and I, we had young people our age from different countries in our home, Germany, England, United States. I think it's such, I wish that everybody could experience this because meeting people from other cultures, it's so enriching. There's nothing negative that I can think of in just meeting, opening up to other cultures. So thank you very much for this initiative.
Thank you. And I guess that the Clark family would probably be happy to organize a hand car tour.
Oh, yeah.
Community, our community, and then their delegation get on those hand cars. Mix it up. Two Americans and 2 Koreans on a hand car. Have several hand cars go together, maybe have a dinner or a brunch up the balloon loop sunset ride. They could ride our pump track. They could skydive. They could have them plant some trees in one of our parks. All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Biala, for the presentation and bringing this forward. I also think it's a fantastic idea. And I know that the city of Seaside, of course, just did sister cities with Oaxaca. I spoke with Councilmember Arizola over there, who's intimately involved in that. And it's just really exciting to speak with him. And if you haven't, I definitely recommend reaching out because he has a lot of ideas of how there's synergies between the 2 sister cities. I think for me, some of the biggest wins from this would be if we can elevate the voices in our own community of especially those communities that these sister cities represent. I think you saw some of that tonight, and that's an awesome, great start. And these are communities that don't often speak out, and the more that we can do that, I think the better we are as a city. But I also think there's some opportunities to learn as a city how other cities are run, and so maybe synergies and how maybe we're not doing things the best way, and vice versa, kind of look at how these sister cities are run from a government perspective and say, hey, well, we're doing it this other way. Have you ever thought of that? So I'm really excited about those opportunities as well. So yeah, I like Councilmember Vischer, I fully support this idea and can't really think of any negative or reasons why we wouldn't go forward with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And council, I wonder tonight if we could just talk ballpark, would you want the city to donate up to a couple thousand, up to 10,000, keep it free to the city, so that Kathy has some idea of how to get the next draft. But funding is always an important piece, whether there's any at all or how much we're thinking. Just to give you an idea, it cost the city $4,000 for the pump track event, which is a pretty good deal, for all that happened then. And it cost the city, I think a couple $1,000, $2,000 for the Earth Day event. And so, those sums of money aren't extravagant, but they help a lot. So to say zero for an initiative like this, it's not really, it doesn't need to be zero in my opinion, but it'd be nice for Kathy to know what the council was thinking on that. Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, if I may, yeah, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to, talking about something more than zero, but I'd probably want to see some more specific ideas of what exactly that entails. Kind of before going forward. So if there is a committee or a group that's formed and they said, hey, we'd love to see $2,000 for this or $1,000 for that, I would love to have that discussion, but to kind of blankly say, okay, let's go ahead and throw, $5,000 this or whatever it is, I'd be a little bit more reluctant to do that.
I remember once we asked council for $10,000 to take our parade to the next level at Labor Day, and council said, no, $10,000 was too much for that parade. So it just gives you an idea of some of the things happened in the past. All right, let's go to Councilmember Visha.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that in this draft, it does state that city funds may be expended, and then it's up to the city manager. So light refreshments for meetings, no alcoholic beverages, things like that. So the strict, the restriction was for that the city will not fund travel nor reimburse travel or lodging expenses. So that was where Councilmember Dina Dirks and I were asking to give some leeway there, but I don't know the amounts.
And that's kind of interesting because we pay for council people to fly and to lodge in hotels, and we pay for their meeting expenses for conventions. So, having a ban on travel because it's going to a foreign country to learn, and yet letting us go to San Diego or Idaho to learn, it seems inconsistent to me.
Yeah, I think that the reference in there was not paying for the travel of our sister cities people to come over here. So if they came over here, they would be responsible for their travel and their lodging. But yeah, you're absolutely correct that typically, if we had a delegation from our city that went over there, we would definitely look at
Cost sharing or something, depending on price.
Correct, and the city could certainly do that.
All right, Councilmember Bial.
Yes, and looking at some of the other cities' policies, the subcommittee would be expected to draft a budget for the city approval as well, so that we can add in on the subcommittee's responsibilities.
Okay, what more do we need tonight?
I think we just need that because we want to come back and work on the policy. So I think just direction.
Let me interrupt you just because Christina reminded me that we do need a motion to extend. So I'll extend motion to extend to 10:30 if need be.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll go to Lane and then Brian next.
So we just need direction from the council to bring back a sister city policy and draft MOUs with Izuno, Coney, and Namwan City.
Okay, let's go to Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I turned off my light because I was debating whether or not to bring up this comment, but I will say that the optics are very important on this. And so I think as we talk about spending money, just remember that we will be under a microscope from the people that we represent. And even someone like me who fully supported the Sister City program in Seaside, when they sent a delegation over, a great expense to the city. I mean, there was a part of me that said, whoa, wait a minute, like, what are they doing? So I just ask that we all be cognizant of that. There is a little bit of a difference from going to maybe a League of California Cities training to, going to Japan or whatever. So it's just something to think about. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to it, but I think that, that our citizens are going to be asking us how we're spending taxpayer dollars. So thank you.
Yes, I appreciate what you're saying. And I don't know that, at least for me, I was not expecting that. So if it did happen, it would be for some very good reasons. And it would be very much a budgetary accounting for sure. So I totally appreciate that. And I think that when you have 501c3 organizations, community organizations involved in this, because it can't happen without them, that fundraising is an expectation I think that we had in terms of Asian communities of Marina, and certainly the Korean Association, et cetera, would be useful and participatory. So thank you for that.
Okay, I'll motion that we recommend establishing a friendship and sister city relation with these respective cities, and request that Councilmember Viola come back with the next draft of a sister city, friendship city proposal.
I second.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy,
Aye.
next on our agenda is 10F2. Brian, you wanted to discuss the conflict of interest code?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I contacted the city manager earlier about this and shared that I'd likely be pulling. And I used the words that I thought that this would be very uncomfortable in a lot of ways. And he just disagreed that, you know, maybe staff wouldn't find it uncomfortable, but I know that I personally find it uncomfortable when we're talking about conflicts of interest. The state of California has decided that if we own real property within 500 feet of a potential decision, that we are presumed to be in conflict of interest, is the way I understand it. And that makes me uncomfortable because I don't necessarily think that I have a conflict just because I live next to a project. But as we look at this code, I think that we should be asking ourselves probably some more questions than what's in the staff report in terms of how we identify potential conflicts of interest, what the staff procedure is in reviewing. For example, and it just so happens that this Joby thing came up today, but you know, my Form 700, I've disclosed that I have investments in Joby. But what I would hope is that maybe there's some mechanism by which staff has reviewed, and even my fellow council members have reviewed my conflict of interest forms, and might suggest when at times when I haven't thought that I had a conflict that maybe I do. And it's not an effort to you know, call anyone out, but really to just put some sunshine on where we might benefit from the decisions we make. So I think that kind of starts the discussion. I actually had a list of questions I'm trying to bring up that I had asked staff, because if you'll give me just a second, I don't know if any other council member has some comments while I look for that.
I do.
While he's digging that up, let me put this a little bit in context. This is really is an item brought up by our city attorney. The state law requires that as a city we list, and we're supposed to approve every even number year, the boards and the councils and the members of our staff that should be filing a conflict or the Form 700. And we haven't been doing that since I think 2006, 2008. And so we're just trying to get back in compliance with state law of saying, okay, these are the positions that are required to file these forms. And that is really the intent of this. Is Councilmember McCarthy had a lot more deeper dive on processes and what is involved in things like that, that on the staff end of state law, we don't review the conflict of interest, and we can't. It's just a matter of process. We file them, make sure that they are filed for the appropriate positions. But then we can certainly do more training and to help people understand what these conflict of interest and things are, and the city attorney can definitely help us with that.
And Mayor, I found my questions, if I can maybe continue. So, you know, I think the intent of filing these conflict of interest forms is obviously for people to see them. I don't think the state required disclosure thinking that nobody would ever see what's put on there. And so I'm just wondering how, as a council, we might look at these in a way that kind of do put some more sunshine and some more transparency on the conflict of interest. Some cities, for example, on their websites, they list the forms for things like city manager and city attorney. Most don't. Do we want to go that route? We actually don't even have, when you go to the FPPC website, it lists every city and direct links to where they list their conflict of interest forms on their website. We're not listed on that FPPC website for some reason. So it just seems like there's a lot of holes here. As the staff report mentions, we haven't dealt with this in probably over a decade, and we're supposed to do it every other year. Another question that I had were these disclosure categories that are in the staff report. You know, we, the city of Marina, created those, as I understand it. No. Because every city is different. When I look, they write their disclosure categories different. So who created the disclosure categories?
Wait till you run through all your questions.
Sure,
Okay.
sure, and I apologize, it's late. So I would like to take a second look at the disclosure categories. I was under the impression that at some point in the past, the city council determined what the disclosure categories were going to be. And as I reviewed other cities in California, they're all written different. Some cities even have 10, 12 disclosure categories. Some only have 2. Some say for one category, you only have to disclose real property. For some categories, you disclose real property and investments. So as I looked at our code and I see that we have like recreation, I think it said recreation managers, you know, they're required to disclose, but I'm not sure why they would have to disclose real property or investments, but maybe they would have some other disclosure that would be required. So I just think there's a lot of work to be done here. Maybe we approve this now and we look at in the next year, because we're going to be doing this again next year as per the code, addressing some of these, but I just really wanted to have the discussion with council and maybe ask the council too. Have you ever seen disclosure forms for any of staff, and does that worry you? And do you wish that you had seen that? So I'll leave it at that for now, but I'd love to hear from the council to see if this is an issue for them or if this is just something that I've been thinking about in a vacuum. And for the record, I've been thinking about this well before I was on council. And I won't elaborate as to why at this point, but maybe depending on how the discussion goes. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to digress a bit, not following your line of thought, because I think the agenda item is more restricted to complying with the current mandates for disclosures. So that whole topic of how disclosures, the impact of what you have disclosed onto decisions of the council, I think is a very complex and requires a lot of discussion, and I would like to have that. I had a hard time understanding which positions for Marina are the ones that we added. So could we kind of hear what those are currently? Because there's
It is very confusing. Actually, the wrong exhibit got attached to the resolution. Back in 2008, the last time it was done, they did a strikeout of positions, and we've had a long history that Heidi has helped us to get away from it. The one in 2008, if a position struck out, it should just be out. Our code wouldn't reflect it anymore. And so what you're seeing really attached to it is all these positions in 2008 that were struck out that were gone, and you're thinking now, but really the attached one should be at the page 11. That is the categories of our current positions that would be attached to the resolution and not the exhibit that you see
And
right
the
there.
strikeouts on page 11, are those old strikeouts or recent?
Those are
Must be old.
yeah, those are old. No, those are recent ones that Heidi went through, that these positions no longer exist. We need to take them off.
So which positions are not on here?
is typically,
I don't see any finance department. Which is kind of interesting.
Good
Juan-
point.
Juan's trying to get out of this.
yeah, that's a good point. And maybe that goes back to Councilmember McCarthy's point that if we get direction, that maybe if we adopt this next year, put on a work program, take a deeper dive and really look at this, get it cleaned up right.
Yeah, I think right now it's a problem that hasn't been a problem, you know. I mean, we've never had any conflict of interest issues come up, but this is the right thing to do it well so that you don't have them or less likely to have them. So I think what you said is great that we approve this tonight and then let Brian McCarthy and staff work on the next one. So we get compliant now and we get better maybe next year. All right. How about, because it's late, how about we go to public comment and then come back? Let's ask public comment. Let's go to online. Anyone online want to raise your hand to comment on the conflict of interest code that we're discussing? If you have a conflict of interest, then you need not comment. Just kidding. All right, we'll give you another moment if you're online and you want to comment to raise your hand. Okay, we'll close the comment and go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
I want to applaud Councilmember McCarthy for self-recusing himself because it is uncomfortable to sort of call out each other's perceived, I don't know, it almost feels like a little tattletale in some ways. So I think we definitely have to police ourselves as the best that we possibly can. And it is an uncomfortable or can be uncomfortable, but like other things, for example, campaign disclosures, you know, those kind of things, who donates and who does, I mean, it really does become a First Amendment issue and also an integrity issue. So I think we have to just have faith that what he did, we will continue to do. Rest of us, and also, yeah, definitely cleaning up these disclosure categories. I understand the intent, but it's almost like one of those things that gets filed away, and maybe we don't, you know, look at each other's or what. So I'm not really sure the onus is mostly upon ourselves, and we're trusted with being able to make decisions that are best for, in every case, for our communities rather than, you know, I don't think we'd be up here if it was for our own self-interest. So that being said, I definitely support coming back and taking a look at this. And if possible, I'd like to just make a motion to approve this and revisit. Happy to be on an ad hoc committee to take a look at it.
Motion is to adopt the resolution before us.
That is correct.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Councilmember McCarthy, do you have more input?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I could ask city attorney the disclosure categories you mentioned that the city didn't create those. I'm just wondering where they came from.
Through the mayor, those came from, we really took a look at the city of Monterey that recently updated. In 2008, the city council adopted one disclosure category for everyone on the list. And so in the review, I believe it was the city clerk and human resources adding all those new positions, updating them, and then looking really with an eye toward how the city of Monterey conducted theirs.
So in 2008, there was one disclosure category, and then with this staff report, we added the other two based off City of Monterey's.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'll just, again, in full support of approving this tonight, taking a closer look over the next year, but I do want to read from the FPPC website what the intent of this is, and it is conflict of interest code must, 1, provide reasonable assurance that all foreseeable potential conflict of interest situations will be disclosed or prevented. So I'd ask council, do you feel assured that that is going to happen? 2, provide to each affected person a clear and specific statement of his or her duties under the Conflict of Interest Code. Again, I would ask, does everybody feel like they've received that statement of their duties? And 3, adequately differentiate between designated employees with different powers and responsibilities. So I just think that there's some work that we could do in terms of adding sunshine. In my research for this meeting, one of the things I did is I looked at the city of Dixon's sunshine, or they actually have a specific sunshine ordinance. And you may have heard me compare Marina to Dixon before because we're of similar size, similar budget, things like that. It's really fascinating kind of what other cities are doing. So just kind of encourage staff and council also to look at maybe what other cities are doing and where we fit in this. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala. And before you go, Kathy, I'll motion we extend to 10:45.
Second.
All in favor, please say no.
Aye.
Please say aye.
Shucks.
All in favor, all opposed, please say no. So that motion passes. Let's go, Kathy. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion, I don't think that I think we have to add some basics if we're looking at page 11. And as the mayor said, where's the finance director? Yet on the previous one, I see accounting services manager. If you look on page 3, it has mayor and council members, planning commissioners, city manager, city attorney, finance director, candidates for mayor and council. So obviously the candidates we have no, jurisdiction over, but everything else, I don't understand why on page 11, this is what is attached now to the motion. How could we not have those positions on this? It looks like items.
Through the mayor, it's out of order in the packet. So the policies are kind of mixed in the packet. So all of those categories, that first Exhibit A is the first page of the new policy that has all the positions of the mayors. It has the accounting services manager, and it has the committees, and then it kind of gets interrupted by the resolution. I don't have those
11
numbers.
and 12. Okay. So it goes from 3, 11, and 12. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so then I have no problems with the resolution.
As long as it has Juan covered on. All right.
Should the financial analyst be included? Because we just have that as a new position now? Okay.
So as far as the financial analyst, if we approve this tonight and she or he is not on it, and then she or he gets hired a week from now, how does that work?
Typically, we're going not down that low. I mean, you're at the positions that are making decisions and signing contracts, and the finance analysts would do that.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Did we already do that? No, we did that.
No,
What?
no, we made the motion
Oh,
and we
it's to
seconded
extend.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's getting late.
All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no.
No. Oh, sorry. I'm asleep.
You meant yes? Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. So the last action item we have tonight is 10J1, the annual financial report. I don't know if it's Christina or Kathy that pulled it. Okay, so why don't you and Juan lead us off, Kathy? No,
No,
it's a
no, I
consent
thought you may
item.
have a few questions. Like, I have the file in front of me. It's like 150 pages, so I want to make sure.
Just a correction on page 15, since I don't see it revised, but our form of government needs to include the city manager form of government.
Our government, not a council mayor form.
Yeah, I mean, I can make an edit. to that.
Okay. And overall, it seems like this is an extremely positive report on all the different audits. Is that safe to characterize it in that way, that it's good to, it's a good rating,
It's a clean audit, as they say. I think the
clean audit?
actual term is unqualified opinion. It's an accounting term, but yes, a clean audit. If you look back 2 years ago, there were, I can't recall if there were findings, but there were a lot of suggestions for improvement, at least.
Oh,
Last year, I think there was 1 or 2 minor suggestions for improvement. But this year is a very clean audit, as they say. And I have Paul Pham from Siobhan and Associates as part of the audit team. He's on the call, and he can, if you have more specific questions on what that means. But I think he would probably echo that sentiment that it's a clean audit.
and clean is differentiated from you have a great budget.
Yeah, those are two separate
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
points.
So it's a clean audit, so that's good. But is it also, would you say overall saying that we are in a very good shape?
Exactly. So last year's financials were the basis for an improvement to our bond rating. So we went out for the Measure X bond. As part of that process, our financial consultant said, hey, your financials are in really good shape. We should look to upgrade your bond rating. I think it was, can't remember the numbers. It may have been double A rating. I can't recall. And then so they upgraded that as part of that process. And so these financials, I think, show an even stronger standing, given the amount of unassigned fund balance that we have, the reserves that we've established. Operationally, we're very sound. So it's, if that was the basis for an upgrade, well, this is, I think, I'm not going to say that it
Proof
can be
of it.
upgraded further, but it is slightly better, I think, in that regard.
Great. When you say bond rating, double A, is there something?
Yeah,
like
triple A.
AAA.
Someone told me that that's like the holy grail, that, very few cities will achieve that
Five-star
rating.
Michelin.
Yeah. It's like, it's almost like at that point, you're not spending enough money. I tend to think like,
I see.
if your reserves are so high that you can, build that type of buffer, it's like, well, we'll spend that money on.
Right. Well, we would never, even if we had the best financial condition, we'd never get a AAA rating. Those are for the states and large cities like
Right.
San Francisco and LA.
So we have really the highest rating in terms of general
I
municipalities.
think there may be one more tick in between us and the highest rating. Yeah, but it is, we got a really good interest rate on those Measure X bonds. So,
Wow.
there wasn't much room for improvement in that regard.
Wow. And is this equivalent to, you hear Standard and Poor's ratings?
Exactly.
Is this what that is?
So there are 3 rating agencies: Moody's, Standard and Poor's, and I forget the third offhand. I have a little chart that shows it, but exactly. You would go on if you wanted to purchase bonds from any municipal government or even a private company. They would give them a rating.
We're a good risk.
Yeah.
Excellent risk factor. Okay, and I just want to point out to people, if there's anyone still left in the public, that on page 38, you talk about the economic factors and New Year's budget and rates. And what is mentioned in this one paragraph, first paragraph, is all the tax measures that we approved. Measure U, Measure N, Measure P, Measure Z. People don't want to vote for tax increases, and yet we did. And the significant impact to our positive budget is right here in this paragraph. And I just want people to understand this as we go forward for the bond measures for city, the community hall, the community centers and city hall. This is what happens financially to our city because we need this kind of revenue. So I was glad to see that, and showing all the amount collectively these 4 measures have given us is really part of a basis for our positive standing. I just wanted to make that comment. Great, and that's pretty much what I wanted to say at this point. So thank you very much. This report was really great because it was simple enough for us to weed through all of the technical stuff. So I appreciated it.
Thank you for that. I'll let staff know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you signed your name to one of the letters.
Yeah,
of
I
the
wrote it,
board,
but
so-
yeah, I'll let staff know. There's a lot of work that goes into this 150-page document. Actually, in reality, it's a lot of the people in here. We all have approval rights to some, at some degree. And, there's frontline staff who enter invoices that create all the transactions behind this and provide good information for us. So it's a collective effort that, sometimes can get lost
Yes,
because it
yes,
is
I
very
know.
technical and dense, right? So,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Juan.
To Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to thank you for this great report. I've learned a lot. And I'm so happy to read that the city is in such much better shape financially. But just to put it in perspective, if we know that, all the impact fees are great, but if we know that the proposal for one park is $23 million, it's like, okay. So just to be realistic here, but I appreciate the report very much.
Yeah, and there will be some additional updates, right, as part of our budget retreat. The first go round, we had some updates. I'll further update those numbers and provide more updated projections. So it's important to note that this captures our financial status as of June 30th of 2022, right? We're approaching year end for this year already, so a lot has happened in that time. And so we'll be providing some better projections as we get into the budget cycle. So
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I saw a motion that we receive receive and file the city's annual audit and the city's annual single audit report and the city of Marina's auditor governance letter as per the request here in the staff report.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any final questions or comments? Can we go to the public?
Just want to make a comment on a clean audit. Really, a lot of it is a reflection of Juan Lopez and his amazing leadership in the finance department, because what it talks about is all his journal entries and reporting and his controls and oversight and distribution of job responsibilities. And there's many late night I'll see Juan here and on weekends, making sure that our finances are in place. And so the biggest thing of the clean audit is reflection of Juan and the amazing job that he's done.
Thank you, Juan.
thank you.
Okay.
And I do file my Form 700 every year. You want to see it, I'll show it.
Let's put it up on the screen. Yeah, so let's vote on this motion that's on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, well, that was good to have a very short city council meeting. I knew we would because it was such a light agenda. Thank you, everybody. Sarah, is this your first city council meeting? All right. Doug and Steve, thank you for a good police memorial today. It was good to see you there. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Doug.